All right. Make sure everything is working here. Okay, here is day 2 of making a Minecraft server live. Can everyone hear me in the chat? Is my audio working correct? My audio working fine? That was not what I wanted to do. There we go. Yes, there is a party menu. That's actually something we'll be looking at today. Hello, everyone. Seven hours today. That's a lot. It's cool to see everyone's enjoying the server, though. But just to double check, everyone can hear me, right, in the actual live stream? If you can let me know in the YouTube chat. Okay, cool. Okay, so yesterday we got Kit PvP up. We started on Manhunt. And off camera, I was doing some planning with some friends about what the actual speed bridging thing should look like in the hub. And so I might do a preview of like the idea we have. There's still some work to do on it. So we're probably not gonna get to that today. There's probably gonna be a shorter live stream than yesterday. But when it comes to what we're doing today, there was a couple Kit PvP bugs reported, but there weren't anything super major, so I'm probably just going to leave those be so I can focus on developing the rest of the game modes. We might look at Manhunt. Yeah, I'll be looking at anti-cheats eventually. So let's see, we have parkour working. Let me go ahead and open up my IDE. I think I might have to do a few server restarts to make sure that I have the correct amount of RAM on everything, because I think I have excess amount of RAM on some of the servers at the moment. Yeah, I'm using IntelliJ. Okay, so we have the parkour, we have Kit PvP, we have a few things for people to do, so that's good. Now I think it's time to start probably finishing Manhunt. So why is it on anti-cheat? Because I was originally planning on having very few PvP-based game modes, and because I wanted more time to look at what the best options were when it comes to an anti-cheat. However, we now have Kit PvP because everyone's asking for it, and so I'll be implementing anti-cheat sooner rather than later. I'm using an OVH VPS at the moment. So we're going to be looking at the party system. Someone already mentioned that there's a /party, which is going to be something that is used, like if you're used to like a party system on like Hypixel or Hive, it's like that, but in a more user-friendly way, in my opinion. So you have this menu here. You also can just do party help, I believe. No? Okay, that's not it. Invite a player. Okay, so /party name is to actually invite them. Here's the owner of the party. And here's going to warp everyone to your current server. I'm not sure if this party system actually works, so we're taking a look at that. You hear me twice. Let me know if that continues. I think YouTube is already muted, but I muted it 2 places now. If it is still working, make sure you don't have 2 tabs open. For now, it's just the server. I will eventually be doing the Discord website and Twitter, probably in the order of Discord, Twitter, then website, but I'm not sure when that'll be. Private SMPs are going to take more server resources, so I likely won't be able to give away free ones. If I were to do that, it might be like a month free or something. I'm not sure the actual financial details of the private SMPs at the moment, but if I can offer free ones and still be able to like at least break even on some things, then I will. I'm not sure on the details of a beta tester role. That will likely be there before launch, just so I can update everyone in the database at one time and not have to do it, like 8 times until the actual launch. So this party manager here we have a warp. So if people are on different hubs, people are on different servers, you can click on this as a party leader. It will move everyone into the same server as you. And then here's will be the list of the people in the current party, and people that you frequently party with will be listed here, and you can shift click to remove them, or you can click on their head. I think you can shift click their heads in this empty area once they're here to add them to your favorite slot. So you can basically, like, if you're playing with 4 friends very frequently, you can just, click a few times and invite them to the party automatically. You don't have to type out their names. So that's going to be the party system. And I want to make sure that this works when it comes to all the game modes, but also this will be used in some way, not necessarily through this menu, but the code behind it will be used in some way for the teams for Manhunt. So who's the hunter, who's the runner? So that's the idea there. One second, I have to reply to someone. So today we'll be looking at that for the most part, is getting the party system working and then hopefully getting a team system working with Manhunt where people can't hate each other of the same team. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. First off, let's see if we can invite people to the party. I have no idea where this code actually left off because I wrote this a while ago. Okay, that player's not online. I think that's actually a problem with just messaging people in general. So those problems are likely related. So I'm going to actually log into my Redsman account so I can see what's going on in the Redis server for this. And then hopefully with that, I can get a better idea of what's wrong. Leaderboard in Kit doesn't work, only refreshes when you join. I'll be taking a look into that eventually. It seems like it's saving to the database, so it's just a reading issue. So it's not the highest priority at the moment. Let's see here. Okay, I'm connecting to my Redis server. I guess I can move this over here on this screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's see if anything is being saved here. That is the wrong Redis account. All right, 1 second. Or maybe this is the right one. It's just that I forgot to stop the other services that were using it. Yeah, this is the right one. Okay, I just messed up. So we're going to ignore all those. Give me a second here. We need to actually look at the code and see what's wrong with the Redis server. So are we able to do, I'm assuming /staff is broken and we can't actually use /scene on anyone. Okay, yeah. So the problem is that no one's being saved to the Redis server, which is used for messaging and tracking where players are. So let's take a look at some things here. Because we are limited on space, when the hub restarts, it will likely kick everyone. So when the hub restarts, try and make it so you guys can actually join the Kit PvP server through the menu. That way you don't get actually kicked. Okay, let's see where did I put all the Redis stuff? Like utility? I think it was next in the same package as database. Although I don't see it. Is it in its own package? There it is, Redis. So this way this works is I can use Redis, or I can use r dot something, and it should store there. So where is location UUID used? The player tracker seems like a good place to start debugging this. So here's where we're loading it, but where are we actually saving it? Right here. Okay, so how this works when it comes to Redis is we're using it because it's temporary data. And so it's also much faster than MySQL because it's in memory. And it doesn't matter if like the Redis server restarts or something like that. It's not the end of the world. We're not storing stats. We're not storing ranks in this. This is just temporary data, where players are, what server they are, so we can actually send a message to that server whenever there's cross-server messaging through like /message. Yes, I'm using Redsmin to actually look at the data inside the Redis server at the moment. I've heard of that Bedrock Java combination. I'm actually in their Discord. I don't know much about it though. So that's something I'll be looking into. I'm not sure if it's going to require like a complete rewrite of everything. So I probably should look into it sooner rather than later. But I'll eventually look into it before we get too far into the project. So we're going to get the location of the player. Let's go ahead and just add in some console logs real quick to see what the location is. So get location, what does this return? So it's going to return a string that's like the player's prefix is on and then whatever server they're on. So we're getting the server name. This isn't like an actual XYZ location. So that's important to keep in mind. So we're going to retrieve that and then console log it. It's just an add-on? Okay. Is it like super easy to you just start using it and all of a sudden Bedrock players can join? Or I'm assuming there's more setup than that. Let's see here. So we're going to get the UUID. Oh no, we're setting the UUID for the player and it expires in an hour. So that makes sense. That's fine. Same thing with all of the other things. So we're just going to start off by getting their location and see what happens. This is just for for a /staff command to see what staff are online and not vanished, so people can then try and contact them. Let me open up my auto deployer, which I was not able to find time to fix yesterday, unfortunately. It seems easy. Okay, that's good to hear. Apparently someone is hacking. Yeah, it seems a little weird. Let's see if the system works. What was the actual... No, that's not what I want. Wasn't there... There was a different system that I had in place. Hold on. There's server and then there's staff. I forget how this command worked. So here's an inventory that shows all the previous punishments. Yeah, I'm looking into it now. I'm just trying to make sure the ban system works. When it comes to, like, it might be frustrating right now, but all your stats are going to be reset before the actual launch, so it's not going to cause any actual damage right now. Maximum arguments is 3. Oh wait, we have a get usage. Name and proof. Unknown reason. I completely forget how to use the systems from this server. I just say none. Oh, there we go. Does that work? I think that worked. Okay. So that's good. That's the system still works. Let's see if he joins back if it's broken or not. I think it does use MySQL, so it should be working. Because that system is working, it's just Redis has the problem. Oh, that's right. He's able to join the hub, but he can't actually do anything. That way he can click on an appeal link once it's there. So that's the thing. Like, he can't go to other servers, he can't talk, and all that stuff. I'm able to do the parkour. If you're watching, go ahead and try the parkour. I'm curious to see if that works. Okay. Let's see. Where were we? No, it makes it so they can't actually ban or they can't actually join any other server. So they can join the hub, but only to be able to click on the appeal link once it is there. But they can't actually do anything. They can't talk in chat. They can't join other servers. They're just sitting in the hub. Because when you just get a kick screen when joining the server, it makes it so you can't actually click on that, at least in the vanilla Minecraft clients. And so it's annoying to have to go to type out the appeal link. So it's just easier for them to join here. This code base, I just started working on this specific server yesterday, but this code base is something I've been working on and off throughout multiple projects since 2014. So one of the projects from 2014 and 2015 actually had a decent amount of players, like 450 at its peak, and was around for 2 years before I sold it. And then a few projects since then kind of tried but never really got off the ground. He left? Okay, so I'm guessing he couldn't actually talk or do anything in chat. So that seems to be working. So now let's take a look at what we're doing here, where we're actually console logging in location. Let's make this a little easier to read. There we go. That should stand out more in the console. It seems like our auto deployer is working, so let's go ahead and deploy this and see what's wrong with this. We'll start off by just understanding what's happening here, see if this method is even being ran, and see what happens after that. Okay, I'm going to restart kit PvP because no one's in there. Okay, starting back up, we should see it here. Yeah, stats will be reset before the server actually goes live. So like everything, including like the parkour times, if anyone has completed it, including kit PvP stats, like everything like that. I might not reset like the actual time you joined. I might keep that. No, the playtime and other stats like that will likely stay. But like combat stats will probably be reset. Okay, so the console log shows the correct message. It says that I am on kit PvP, so that method is being ran. Let me actually refresh Redmond to see what is happening here. I see nothing. Let me double check I'm connected to the right server. One second. It looks like I'm connected to the right server. It's just not storing. Let's do some console logs whenever we're connecting to Redis. So we know that this is actually working. That's fine. So now let's look into the actual connection of Redis to see if anything's going wrong there. I might show the console depending on if it's showing active players joining, because someone reminded me that it shows the IP of players whenever they're joining, so I don't want to show that. However, I will be showing the console if it's just me like moving around inside Linux, like the box and stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone live stream the creation of a Minecraft server either. So an idea I've had for a little bit, and when I decided to actually go through with making this project, I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and do as little of work as possible off of a live stream. So I'm gonna try and live stream as much as I can. Yeah, you can join Kit PvP. I'm not sure the exact limitations on the beta role, if there will be a beta tester role, or rank, I should say. It might be people who join before launch, which won't be a huge amount of people, I'm guessing. So it should be somewhat exclusive over time, even after the server grows, or hopefully grows, I should say. The number of people showing the number of kills in kits, I could add that to the scoreboard. Yeah, I could add that to the scoreboard, but there's enough room there. Slash stats doesn't work. Okay, coming soon. So we'll look into that eventually. Maybe not today, but we'll eventually look into that. And then the number that you joined will probably be in the profile at some point. Right now, I'm trying to figure out why my Redis connection isn't working. So like messaging and knowing where players are on each server and things like that uses Redis. And so I'm looking to figure out why that isn't working. Okay, I need to stop running around the center because I constantly keep falling down here. And also, for those who don't know, this entire project is something I've been working on since 2014. If I were to start from scratch, it wouldn't be this massive project. There's a lot of files in here, but it's just too much to refactor at this point. I've been over time refactoring bits and pieces out, but right now I'm just gonna try and get the server off the ground and actually running before I worry about stuff like that. Yeah, it's not really made in the most effective way possible for sure. And in some aspects, it's kind of convenient because you always have access to everything. But over time, I'll be pulling out different aspects of this into other jars that will then be imported. So here we're actually gaining access to the information. We're registering the events, connected to Redis server successfully. Okay, so we're already console logging that. Let me see if I can find that in the console. Okay, there's only 2 AFK people in the hub, so I'm going to be restarting the hub real quick to see if I can find this message in the console. I guess I could have restarted the build server, which no one's on. Oh well, I'll do it next time. You give me watching the whole Discord series? Awesome. One thing to keep in mind if you haven't watched that before is once you get to the advanced command handler, that could be replaced with the wornoffkeys commands package. There's pros and cons to both. The advanced command handler you're writing yourself, but you'll have more control over it. But the wornoffkeys commands package is something that you can basically install and it has a lot of the same functionality, and I'm improving that over time. So I'd watch both of those before you start working on the advanced command handler so you know the pros and cons of each. All right. Yeah, the hub restarted. So I'm just in the console on my other monitor real quick, looking for... Okay, yeah, that was just the hub. I'm looking for that message. I probably should have made it a little easier to spot. Okay, what is it? Just connected to Redis server successfully? I don't see it anywhere. Let me make sure this is actually... Okay, yeah, so this is being ran here. Oh, I can update all the branding stuff real quick. I don't know the exact colors I'm going to use, so the colors might change. What is Rebel? That was the old rank, which I might change eventually. Obviously, I will change it, but... So yeah, I can change all this stuff. This is going to be blockblast.net. This is the website URL. It's going to be, I guess we'll just use a different color still. If it does get a few hundred people, that's fine. Like my older projects, even the ones that didn't really go anywhere, got a good number of logins, a few thousand logins. But the project that was around for 2 years had around 250,000 logins. So it's like if you're part of the first like 250, even 500, 600 people that might have tried it before the actual server launched, then over time that's still going to get more and more exclusive because it's never going to be recreated again. So like the amount of like beta tester ranks is going to be finite when the amount of unique logins will be increasing. And so even if like 300, 400 people get it, then it'll still hold value and be unique whenever like you're playing on the server. Okay, so that's the short website URL. I don't think we actually use that in very many places. Store.blockblast.net. None of these things actually work yet. I'm just like updating things. I've been talking in the old Discord server. This invite doesn't work, by the way, so don't feel free not to type it out because it won't do anything. But I've been looking in the old Discord server and mentioning some things about this live stream. I've even linked it there, so some people watching might be from there. Eventually, that server will be rebranded, and a link will be provided. But for now, this one won't work. Submit video. Okay, that's that. The Twitter, Instagram, voting links. These also do not work. Discord bot IP. That also does not work. Okay, so here we're initiating Redis. If not enabled, is it just false? No, okay. That might be why. It's just disabled. Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and deploy this. And then I'll restart the least populated server, probably the build server in this case, because probably no one's on there. It's just a private server that only myself and a couple friends have access to. There we go. Let's go ahead and restart this. And then let me go into that console so I can see that it says that. Hopefully we see that Redis is connected and that it actually starts working. Thank you for the Discord tutorials. Haven't brought myself to do any yet, but I feel as though they will help a lot. It seems as though I know very little. Yeah, I hope you have a great December as well. And yeah, hopefully the tutorials help. If you start watching them, let me know how they do. Okay, connected to Redis server successfully. Let's confirm that. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's have to restart everything. Restart server 2. I'm gonna restart kit PvP. Restart server 1. I probably should have done it the other way around. Yeah, I should have done it the other way around. Did that? I'm assuming that worked. We'll see. Oh wait, no one's on here. I'm just gonna restart this. Yeah, this is a new series where I'm live streaming the creation of a Minecraft server. So the idea is I won't be working on the server unless I'm live, so everything is documented for anyone else who wants to take anything away from this. And also it just helps me try and grow a player base because there's been some people already playing, like just from the first live stream yesterday. So it's kind of like trying to create content for wornoffkeys. YouTube pushes live streams more, and so it's trying to grow wornoffkeys while I'm also creating other projects. So it's like a 2-for-1 in that regard. Some of the code is on GitHub, but the final product will not be. Who is... Wait, who is cheating at the moment? The IP is... Oh, okay, it's not there. Hold on. mc.blockblast.net. Let me go ahead and pin this real quick. Why do you have 0 ping? Oh, they have a lot of ping. They're at 415 ping. So it's possible that they're just lagging. But I don't know. You guys have fought them more than I have. It needs to be whitelisted? It should be whitelisted. Oh, wait. The hub is down. That's probably why. You should be able to join now. It defaults to a private build server whenever the hub is down. That is whitelisted. So that's probably why you got kicked for whitelist. But you should be able to join now. Okay. Messaging works now. slash staff works now, slash scene works now. I just had it disabled on the Redis server, so that works. So now with that said, I should be able to send a party request to someone. Okay. Well, that's not good. We'll be working on Manhunt soon. Basically, I'm looking to make sure that this party system works here, because while this menu will not be directly related to Manhunt, because this is more of a utility menu for like in the hub to like then party up and join friends, but the code behind this is going to be used as a team system to know who's the runners, who's the hunters, to make sure they can't attack each other on the same team. So we'll be working on Manhunt hopefully this stream, if we have time. The stream will be a little bit shorter than yesterday's. But once we get the party system working, then it should be good to go. I was actually thinking about live streaming, working on the wornoffkeys commands package tomorrow, and getting a lot of the suggested features done and released, and then possibly a video on all the new features the day after. So potentially tomorrow on a lot of the suggested features. Some of them aren't the most difficult things in the world to work on, so I should get a decent amount of them done. Okay, so party accept seems to not work. No, I did not want to open VS Code. I learned Java mostly through YouTube tutorials, and also a couple of written tutorials. And I learned how to make Minecraft plugins while I learned Java, which I don't suggest. I see a lot of people doing that with Discord, is they're learning how to make Discord bots while learning JavaScript. And I think that having at least a solid understanding of the bare essentials and basics of the base language is important to learn beforehand. The invites to party command is /party space name, but it's broken at the moment. So Redis is working. We now just need to, oh wait, is this? Okay, so I renamed some things. We got the blockblast.com. The colors might change. There's an open report. Okay, so that system works. Okay. Click to join. I might have to talk to some of my old friends that were staff on my previous servers to see if they want to be temporary staffs, because including kit PvP means that there will be people who are cheating that I'll have to look into. Yeah, I'll try and focus on the ability to enable or disable individual features. There's currently a configuration system that gets suggested to people if they don't have it. Okay, so we're looking for server, party. So party accept didn't do anything. Is this being ran? Party handler. Okay, yeah. So there should be a command here. Required arguments is 1. Let's scroll down and see the usage. Excellent. That doesn't make sense because there's 0 arguments there. Currently, I'm going to be not sure about inviting new people to the staff. I just have some friends who are potentially interested every now and again, who have been staff on my server for, I've known for years and have been staff on my servers for years, that I'd likely go with at the start until the proper staffing system is set up when it comes to applications and all that. But we'll see. I don't know. At the moment, it's just a Java version. Apparently, there is some technology that was recently released with that allows like Bedrock Edition, which is Windows 10, to actually join. So I haven't looked into that. I know that it exists, so I'll eventually be looking into it. Let's see here. So that doesn't make sense. Am I ever using the arguments? No. So I don't know why this required argument says 1. This just doesn't need to be there. All right, let's go ahead and deploy this and see what happens. Let's in the other window real quick in the console. Returning the hub. All right, we got 4 open reports. That shouldn't be on individual lines. I don't know if that person is cheating. Are people just like reporting people? Is everyone cheating today, or are people just trying out the system? It's like 4 different people are reported for cheating. Yeah, slash message should work because it used Redis. So it is it's a cross-server messaging. So if I'm on the hub and you're on KPP, we can still message each other, and it uses Redis to track where everyone goes. Okay, what was I even testing? Party accept. All right, can someone join the hub so I can try? Can someone join the hub and try inviting me to a party with slash party space my name? Okay, so let's see if this works. Okay, there's an exception, so it probably didn't work. Let's see here. Null pointer exception, party accept, line 39. Party accept, 39. Okay, what is this? Again, for those who don't know, this is from code that I worked on probably at the very start of 2020. So I'm having to relearn what a lot of the different things do. So return, okay, the name of the player with the rank prefix, just the name of the player, and the server they were located on. Okay, good thing I added a comment here, because that's incredibly useful to know what is happening. Players offline, return null. So there's a null pointer exception on line 39. Is it because it's returning null? It doesn't know where the player is? Why am I not checking for the null here? If data is exactly equal to null, we then want to, let's see here, party handler.message player and error that player is offline. And we want to return. That's right, this is not JavaScript. We need to add in the semicolons. Okay, so now the question is, why are they not actually there? So that was Mike that actually... Mike, if you're still there, can you send me another party request? Okay. Still line 56 now? Nope, that's the wrong error. Still line 39, or what was 39. So I'm just going to try this and see if that fixes this exception. I don't know why it's saying that's returning null, which it is here. This shouldn't be null because it's actually getting data. So it's definitely returning here. It's thinking that the player is offline. So let's see what's happening here. So we can say location equals location. We get a better idea of what's going on. Now let's go ahead and build this. Yeah, the NPCs will eventually have their own skins. I'm looking to get in contact with people who make skins and actually get them custom made to fit like the theme of everything. So that'll come later on. So when it comes to my like programming for the Minecraft servers, it could be greatly improved, but it kind of is hindered because of this giant project. So the ideal way would to be write to unit tests and to have a CI/CD pipeline into your development boxes or just test locally, but that might not be as feasible depending on what you're working on. I find it easier to test on a box. So basically what I do right now is I wrote most of this code, a vast majority of it, before I knew what unit tests were. And so I'm basically just saying, okay, let's just ignore that, which is not proper practice at all. But right now, I have a system in place where it listens for whenever the jar is compiled, and then it automatically uploads it to the box. Now, that's not ideal. A proper CI/CD pipeline should be made, and I made that system before I knew what CI/CD was. So I'm just kind of using that because I know it works, and it's faster for me to get everything off the ground. My goal here is to get everything completed and the server up and launched as fast as possible. And so some of the code quality will suffer from that, but I'm able to very quickly deploy things and test things, so I'm not too worried about that. I did restart the server. I'm just on the consoles on the other one. And I'm restarting the least populated server. So usually like the hub or the build server, no one's on. There's a second of buffering here or there. Okay. Let me try and edit some settings real quick. A tutorial about okay, so I usually use AWS code pipeline for CI/CD. However, I haven't used it for Java before, but it doesn't seem like the most difficult thing in the world, especially if your project uses Maven or Gradle. Whenever you actually push to your GitHub repository, it should automatically like build your jar from the dependencies. The only downside is that you have to be using Maven or Gradle and you can't do like local imports, which most people probably should be using Maven or Gradle anyway. I do have tutorials on CI/CD on AWS, but they're specifically for JavaScript. I don't have any for Java because I haven't done it before. But if you want a good idea of how to use it, you could look up. I think I have one for websites. I have two for websites, just in different ways. One for front end React apps going to an S3 bucket, and then one for like Express apps or Next.js apps going to a what is it, Elastic Beanstalk environment. So those will work. However, they're not Java, so that's a good starting place, I guess. Or you can just look up a Java one. Yeah, I do pay monthly for the current server. Okay. What was I doing? So here we're also going to console log the location. My headset does this annoying thing where it doesn't hear audio after a while. Is that even... Okay, yeah, I can hear. Okay, that's different. Let's see here. The player's offline. We now have that. We're also going to be console logging the location, so we should see if it's null. I don't remember if I deployed this or not. So let's go ahead and try redeploying to make sure. And then I can restart the hub. So if you're on the hub, make sure to go to kit PvP because you're about to get kicked. Just waiting for this thing to deploy, which it doesn't seem to be. The wornoffkeys website? Yeah, I developed it, but I paid a friend to design it. I'm really bad at artistic things, so like anything on the server that you see that would be artwork or builds, I did not do. And so that's something I usually just pay people for. Okay, let's see. So that actually worked there. Let me restart the hub. So if you're on the hub, make sure to go to kit PvP. There's 5 people in the hub. Who's on kit PvP? There's 5 people in both of them. Okay, excellent. Mike, if you're there, I'm going to restart the build server if you want to test there, just so we don't kick anyone. Thanks. Glad you like it. So this is currently restarting the build server. Let's join the build server here in a second, Mike, once it's back up. And then you can try inviting me to a party and we can see if that works. Because I don't want to kick anyone from the other servers. Because we only have one hub at the moment. so it won't move them to the other one. It's currently starting up. Okay, go ahead and try inviting me. Oh, okay. Well, the hub's being restarted. So, oh, all right. That's not how you spell that. This guy probably shouldn't be here. This needs updated. But oh well. This is like a leprechaun holding a pot of gold, but I'm thinking about updating it. I'm not sure to what though. If anyone has any ideas, let me know. Which is basically just like what the top servers have, like Hypixel, Mineplex. Like Mineplex has the creeper, Hypixel has the delivery guy. Basically, whenever you click on this, there's different things you can claim in here. So now I'm gonna join the build server. If you can try again, Mike. That's not what I want. Oh wait, that's right. We have to be on the hub. That player is offline. Okay, so it is returning null. I just don't understand why it's not working. Yeah, you can join us. The IP is pinned on the comments. It's 1.8 through 1.15, I believe. This is from the code base is from an older server where the latest versions weren't around anymore, or weren't around yet. And the daily rewards are probably broken, Magic Coder, so that's probably why. I'll be eventually looking into that. Okay, so it's returning null because of location. Oh wait, I can probably look at the console and see what the location is. Location equals null. So location name doesn't exist apparently. Let me check Redsman to see what's happening. It should be working now where we see actual things. Location underscore name dash. Okay, I see my location and Mike's location because he was the one that was trying to invite me. So let's take a look at what's happening here. What am I even doing? Get string. Okay, so it is enabled. We know that for sure. The pool probably isn't null because it's actually storing things correctly. Wait, you guys are... Wait a second. Mike, I'm going to try banning you. And I'm going to see if other people get banned. Because I think it was doing something wrong with the IPs. Hold on. If I can spell. Wait, who is it? Yeah, this stream is quickly turning into me watching potential hackers in KPVP, which is not something I was really intending it to be. Because this is like time I could be developing things. Which is one of the reasons why I didn't want to add in PvP-based game modes at the start. So I don't know. I'm not sure what to do about this because I don't want to sit here like every other 10 minutes and like spectate people. I mean, if you want, Mike. Hold on, let me message some friends. All right. Have fun with that, Mike. I'll be developing. Make sure that you're like 1,000% sure whenever like you're dealing with reports. Is it okay if you use a double click button on your mouse? I mean, technically, I don't know what the rules are yet because second day of me developing this. This is like one of the challenges of developing things live. Okay, I need to focus on developing things. Okay, so here I just want to make sure this isn't the case. It probably shouldn't be. We're going to say pool is null. Probably should not be the case because it's working elsewhere. So that should be fine. Then here we're going to actually return this. So let's also say getting, and then we want to add in prefix plus key so we have a better idea of what's going on. Let me check the punishments real quick. Were you sharing an account with anyone? Or do you have siblings that are playing or anything like that? Because I did ban one person, but it weren't you, and so I'm not sure if that's a difference in the IP that's like a broken thing. Maybe I should disable IP bans. Let me check the database real quick. Oh, I probably should log into the database first. 1 second. Yeah, see, this is the problem with having PvP-based game modes right now. But of course, it'd be kind of boring just to run around the hub doing nothing. So this is a new challenge we have to face, is having staff members like day 2 of development. I mean, I might be able to... Actually, I forget how the system works. Try joining now. I think that it might have unbanned you, but kept the original person banned. And if that actually isn't someone that is like on your IP, like a sibling or something like that, then that means there's a problem with like detecting whose IP is what. However, there should be a lot more people like banned than that then. Let me check the database real quick. Magic coder, what do you mean? Where you can fix what? You can't move? Where are you and what version of Minecraft are you on? Like, where are you in terms of the server? Are you the hub, the KPP? Yeah, he told me that that he was using it, and he clearly was, because I said it didn't matter because it was just a hub. But then once KPP was released, I asked people to stop, and the people who were did, or supposedly did. You fix it? Okay, cool. Currently, I'm only going to be bringing on people to the staff team temporarily as those who have been staff on my previous servers that I've known for a while. So I have some friends that were sadly interested I've known for literally years that have been staff on my previous servers before. And so when it comes to new people joining, they'll have to wait until the actual staffing system is set up. Okay, so let's get back to what we're doing. Let's see if we can focus on this. So we have some console logs. We have a better idea what's going on. This is the problem here, is that data is null when it comes to this, because the location doesn't exist. So we're going to console log the location, get a better idea of what's going wrong. We're also going to console log to make sure that the pool is null, which is also a case. We're also going to see if that isn't the case. We're going to console log here to see what we're trying to actually retrieve, so I can look into Redspin to see if that actually is what we should be retrieving. Perhaps the name isn't lowercase, because let me check Redspin real quick. The names are always lowercase, so perhaps the name just isn't lowercase. No? Name not too lowercase. So that shouldn't be the problem. But let's go ahead and deploy this and see what's happening. The hub is going to restart here in a few minutes, by the way. So you might want to go to kit PvP. I'm pretty sure that deployed correctly. Also, does this work? Yeah, so whenever you think someone might be cheating, also look at their ping. According to YouTube, people who watch my videos are from like all over the world, and so these are hosted on the east coast of Canada, the server is. And so if you're not in North America, then you might have some bad ping, and so that could look suspicious at some point. So be aware of that. Kit PvP is not working. That's not good. It's working for me. Click on the compass. Okay, so once this restarts, I'll be looking into why this isn't working. Let me open up my consoles again. All right. So the hub's restarting. Almost done. Can someone join the hub and try inviting me to a party, please? It would be party Alexander Flores, and you can press tab to auto-complete my name so you don't have to type out the whole thing. Okay, so let's see if this works. That party no longer exists. That's not normal. Getting location name. Okay, that seems okay. That party no longer exists. Party requests Alexander Flores, getting location name. Oh, location name dash nothing. That is likely the problem I see in console here. I don't understand why the key doesn't exist on some cases. I don't know if that's something else in the project or what, so I'm not sure on that. I have some more console logs I don't want, like connecting. Why is that a thing? Disconnecting. That's fine, that's a database thing. This, we don't want that. Trying to reduce all the console logs in my console so I can see what ones are important right now. Which scripting languages do you know? The only like languages I know is JavaScript and Java, and then basic website languages like HTML and CSS. You got banned for no reason. Like just now. There's currently no anti-cheat. Because this is day 2 of just developing the server. So a lot of stuff like that is not going to be there at the moment. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on here. So we're going to get the inviter location. Wait, we're going to get data here. So this is the name. The name of the player. That doesn't seem correct because this is the inviter location. So I think that that's a problem, is that the inviter location is like the rank name, the name of the person, and then is on like hub 1. That's the inviter location. Because location underscore name dot get string, that's the problem there. Okay, so let me double check that that's the case. Let me get rid of this. That's not the problem. I'll get rid of that for now. Here we have the location string. Yeah, speed bridging will be fixed soon. Currently, I just did that to parkour, so you don't like, so it does like something at least. But the speed bridging isn't done yet. Okay, so here we're getting the location from the actual name of the player, supposedly the name of the player. So this is the name of the player according to this. However, comments can lie, because if we look at when this is being called, right here, this is the inviter location. So let's go ahead and console log this to see what's happening. So here you're going to have the inviter location. And so this should shed some light on what's happening, because the actual Redis thing is probably going to be different than what we're trying to get right here, and so that's a problem. So I'm going to go ahead and restart the hub. We're going to see a restart in the hub, so go ahead and move to kit PvP. Unless you want to get kicked, either one. Hello. Okay, thanks, IntelliJ. Where is the hub? Okay, I was already in the console there. The hub's restarting soon, by the way, if we're still on it. That's not how you spell hub. There we go. Okay, so here's this. Can someone try inviting me to a party again? Then I'll be looking at the console to see what is happening there. Hopefully we get the party system working for Manhunt. That party no longer exists. So location is on hub 2. Okay, yeah. So when you guys invited me, I see location. I see like a string that is not just the name of the player. I see... Wait, where's the invite location? Wait a second. What's this location? Where's the invite location? Because here I specify invite location. I don't even think we're getting to this part. Where else is this function being ran from? That player is not online. Do you guys see a player is not online thing? I'm assuming no, because it actually goes through and sends this, so never mind. So here we're going to do some stuff. Okay, this makes sense because this is going to return an array because we're splitting it here, I'm guessing. Yeah, here we're splitting it. Okay, so that seems to be fine, but then the question is, this location, that's actually fine. This method is not the problem. It's how we're interacting with it. Is there a problem with now inviting or accepting? One second. Okay, so let's see here. Party accept. We have, so we're running party accept. We do not have a party request. Okay, so I'm just saying party accept. That player's online. Oh, whoops. One word. That party no longer exists. That party no longer exists. So that means that somewhere it's trying to, it still knows that I am trying to actually, wait, that party no longer exists? Did that person log off? I'm confused. This system was like almost working whenever I stopped my last server. So I'm gonna have to figure out where it currently is and then also fix everything. So that party no longer exists is what's occurring whenever I run an old one. That's still an error message. I'm not going to deal with that right now. That's fine. What the problem is that whenever someone does have a valid party before it expires because no one joined, here we have the invite location. And I don't think I ever saw that in the console for some reason, which actually is a problem. Today on the server, I'm trying to get the party system to work so we can work with Manhunt. So if I do /party, this is a party system that's going to make it so you can like team with people. So behind the scenes, this won't be actually used when it comes to Manhunt, but the team system behind it will be. And so once Manhunt starts to get developed, then we can make it so the runners and the hunters can't attack each other. Okay. So here, let's actually think about this. It might be not looking at chat for a few minutes because I gotta actually think about this. I have to relearn what everything does here and then figure out what's wrong. So I'm not sure what's happening here. We'll do that later. I don't think it's relevant. We're not getting to that part. Here we have the players offline. Which, did that happen to me beforehand? Party no longer exists. That player is not online. So the data is null. Now my question is, I guess, okay, so the data is null here. So I have to look into here and figure out why. Let's console log the names to see, because like one time, there's two ways this is called. I think one of them works and the other one doesn't. So I'm just going to console log the name. So name equals this. Whoops. I like to add in quotes around it just in case there happens to be a space, because obviously comparing something with an ending space will not work versus something that doesn't have an ending space, even if they look the same. And so when console logging them, it will sometimes not show the space. Actually, it won't show the space in the console. So I like to add quotes so I know if there's a space or not. So let's do this right here, and then let's try and go ahead and do that. I also feel like I should just read more of this code to better understand what's happening before I do more restarts, so I'm not doing like one small change at a time. Manhunt is not working yet. The server is down for it at the moment. We're working on a party system, which will be used as a team system to be able for use for Manhunt. Did this alert in the hub? Oh, it did. Okay. So that's something we haven't seen before because of Redis. Okay, so allowed servers. We saw that working earlier when Mike tried to invite me. So you have to be in the hub or UHC, which UHC doesn't exist right now. So it means we have to keep restarting the hub. That's fine for now. When it comes to bans and unbans, I'm trying to focus on the developing of the server. So I'm not sure when an appeal system will be created. But once an anti-cheat is there and a staffing system is there, staff will be required to have actual video proof. But for now, just because we're basically in like the alpha stages of developing things, I'm not going to focus too much on that. Because I need to focus on getting the server actually moving forward. Okay. So here we are getting data from here. Okay, we're console logging the name. Party accept. This is where this is actually showing offline. And so the invite location, I don't actually see in the console. Let me make this a little bit more visible. I usually just do that because it stands out more. So here we're going to console log the invite location or inviter location. And then here we're going to try and get access to the data. This is the player's name, apparently. You see, the name of the player, this is supposed to be the location of the player. No, that's not correct. See, this isn't right. This is going to return null because this is supposed to be the name. The name is not that. So how do we simulate this on the second time? So this is being ran here. Whenever you go to invite someone, it should console log. Okay, so we should see it there. The name. So here we have the name as being console logged. And I think whenever is being invited is whenever this is ran, and that works because I actually get the invite. But whenever I'm trying to accept the invite, it doesn't work because that's being ran from over here. And this is the actual inviter location, which includes other things. So if I do like /staff, it shows the prefix, it shows the name and where they are, not the click to join stuff. That's specifically for /staff. But all the text before that is part of the location, which is what we see right here. So this is actually the name, and I originally thought this was the problem. I'm just going to try these console logs here, where we are going to console log the actual name. And whenever we invite, that should be the proper name, just the user's name. But whenever I go to accept, it will likely show the entire location, which means I then have to actually get that correctly. So location name from inviter name. But the question is, why am I even doing this in the first place? What are we looking for? Wish I named it something more meaningful, like inviter data or invitee data. I'm guessing, let's see here, that player is offline. So what do we do with the data? Let's look forward, like down here. So here's the prefix. Okay, exactly. This is confirming what I thought. This is the actual location string. So here's the prefix and here's the server, and data index 1 is going to be the name. So here we're going to try and send the player to the server. So whenever you actually join the party, you join their server. That makes sense. But we're not actually getting there because of this data is null because we're passing in the wrong thing. So we want access. Do I want access to the prefix? Joined party, inviter name, prefix. Why is the prefix before the inviter name? Okay, I don't think that the prefix is absolutely required to make this work right now. And so I'm going to go ahead and let me actually comment this out. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to comment this out. So now we have access to the server. So we're sending the player to the server. So now inviter location, we don't actually need the data because we have it here in inviter location. So with that said, we can comment this out. We're going to then check to see if, I'm going to comment this out. We're going to say if inviter location is null. And then if this is the case, then they're probably offline. Oh, I already have that right there. Never mind. So we don't even need this. Let's just comment that out. There we go. So now the server is throwing an error because we don't have access to it. But because of the data. But how do we gain access to the actual server? Well, it's probably in inviter location. We just have to actually split this. So let's look at what the inviter location looks like. I'm going to go into Redis real quick. So this is what the example inviter location would look like. Right there. So now we want access to the actual server, so we can split on and var index 1. So we can say string server equals inviter location dot split and var index 1. Now we have access to that. And so maybe this will work. We'll try it. That seems a lot better than just the random console logs and trying that. Let's go ahead and deploy this. If you're on the hub, it'll be restarting here in a second. And as soon as it does restart, if I can get people to join back and help me by inviting someone, that would be useful. But this is restarting. So you want to join Kit PvP. What just happened there? Why did I take fall damage? Oh, this is probably from that one bug where people can break blocks. I'll eventually get around to fixing that. Whenever the server restarts, it should fix itself, so I'm not too worried about it. Well, all right, the hub seems to be back. So if someone could send me a party invite, that would be useful. I'll be watching the console. This is the hub, right? Yeah, okay, I'm in the hub console. Oh, the hub never restarted. Okay, join KPP. I was a little too early. I'm not sure why I'm going into a fight when I'm low. I also need to fix the auto respawning. Can you guys hear my mouse when I'm clicking it? Not sure if that picks up on the mic. Okay, someone could join the hub and try to send me to a party. Invite me to a party. What did I do while you were gone? Just trying to better understand the party system. I haven't really actually done anything. The server's not cracked and it will remain premium. Okay, so console log says the name is Alexander Flores in lowercase. When I click on that, it says name is Alexander Flores in lowercase again. Okay, it says it 3 times. So 2 are from the 2 invites. 1 is from me clicking on it. So the name is correct. That party no longer exists. This doesn't make sense. You have no pending party requests. The system doesn't... The system's annoying. I haven't like worked in this before. I mean, I wrote it, but like I haven't worked in it in a long time. So I have to figure out what's going on here. So party accept, we're going to be, let's just start from the very start because I haven't actually read all this stuff. So we're getting the party handler. We're going to get the player from the command. We're going to get the name of the player in lowercase because everything is lowercase on Redis. So make sure that there's no, that people can type in whatever it is. Just always make it converted lowercase. So here's the inviter prefix, party requests dot get name. Let me look into Redis to see what that is. Do we have party requests? Let me actually move this over here. Party requests. Okay, so there's a name, and for some reason there's color things there. So with that said, whoops, that's not what I wanted. So with, okay, wait. Okay, so that's the name without the color codes. So here's the inviter prefix. Why is it called that? Is that just the inviter? Why did I call it the inviter prefix? Okay, so here we have the inviter. The inviter is null. That means nothing is in Redis. That makes sense. So you have no party requests. Makes sense. Then in the else statement, that means we do have an inviter. So we're going to then delete it. From the same name, we're just going to delete that key. Because now we're actually moving forward. I probably should make this lower like later on, just in case there's a problem. But we'll just keep it here for now. So now inviter equals inviter.replace underscore. Why is there an underscore? Why would there be an underscore? I don't understand. Okay. So we'll just add a comment here to check in on that later. So here we're going to get the actual inviter name. So name from prefix inviter. Maybe I miscalculated what that actually was. So we're going to split on this index 1. So the problem with doing this here is that, for example, in Redis, there's 2 of them. So that's a problem. So interesting. So what I could do is I could split on this special character, which is the color code character. And then I can look for the last index of the split instead of just index 1. And then the 7 will still be there. So I can just remove the index 1 of the actual string. So we could say string split equals prefix dot split this special character here. And then we can say that the name is going to be split index of split dot length -1. And then we want to remove the first character. So substring starting at index 1. So there's that. So now I'm going to console log, let's see here, name from prefix. We're actually going to console log the name to get a better idea. Let's go ahead and try that. So before I continue reading this, I want to make sure I understand every single part of this, line by line, because that will give me a much better idea of actually how to debug this. So now let's go ahead and make sure that my deployment system is working, it is running, and then we can actually build this. And hopefully we see it. I'm going to be restarting the hub here in a second. Oh, that's not how you open in chat. Restart server 1. So if you're on the hub, you're going to want to go to kit PvP. Probably should have the console open so I can see what's going on. Okay, I'm actually just going to restart this manually. So go to kit PvP. Join kit PvP. Okay, so now we should see some things in console. Let's go back to the code to review this. I don't know what this is doing. We'll eventually figure it out. We're trying to console log. We're trying to console log. Name from prefix is something that will occur. So it's this right here. We're trying to understand if we split this correctly, because in Redis, this example here, there's 2 color codes. And so that shouldn't even occur in the first place. But we're going to be trying to figure out how to deal with this issue if it is there, but also eventually we will actually fix that. So now the hub is back up. So if someone could send me a party request. Okay, wait, there's some exceptions here. Hold on. I broke something, apparently. What is this? Is this relevant to what I'm doing? No, that's okay. That exception wasn't relevant. So here, name from prefix is Alexander Flores. Name is Alexander Flores in lowercase. Name for prefix is always my name, just my name. So that means that this works correctly. So now if the name contains this, why would a name contain a space? A tip for everyone, make sure you're always adding comments to your code, because I don't know what this code is doing. I wrote this a long time ago. You can use send with Bungie to move players around the network. That is not good. I don't have access to that. Oh, you mean I can do that? Okay. Yeah, I have everything like disabled right now when it comes to that. Usually there is a system if there's multiple hubs where if you get sent to one server to like if the hub restarts, you get sent to the next hub. So the name from prefix is my name in all caps, or not all caps, but like proper capitalization. So that's fine. I don't know what this is doing. To do, find out why this is needed for IGNs, because there should not be a space there. Or perhaps that's because sometimes there's a space from the rank. Maybe I'm like splitting on a ending brackets where like the end of the rank prefix is. And that's just a check. But it doesn't seem like it harms anything at the moment, so we'll see what's happening with that. We'll just leave it be. But the name seems to be actually gotten correctly now from the people who invited. So we'll see. We'll see. So now we have the inviter name. We're going to try and get the inviter location. So let's console log this. Inviter location is going to be this right here. Tried to invite you to a party, but it said I already had a pending request, though earlier it said the invite expires. Okay. Well, I'll look into that soon. So here's the inviter location. We're going to console log that. So what are we looking for? By the name of the variable, I'm assuming this is going to be the inviter location, such as if you do /staff, like this type of string here. You know, the name, the rank, the name is on server. Like that string with the color codes and everything should be the inviter location according to location name. Let me actually check this in Redis. So let's refresh this. So location name, let's see. Yeah, so that's the entire string right there. So with that said, that makes sense. This is a properly named variable. Redsmint is free. Yes, yes it is. And then the Redis server I'm using is something I covered in my Discord video. I think the first mute one, like near episode 20, I think. And I think that that has like a free plan as well. So like as the server grows, I might need to upgrade the Redis server, but for now this works perfectly fine. I'm not really paying anything extra for Redis, I think. I don't think I am. So here we're getting, let's see, where was I? So we're gonna get the location name. This makes sense. That party no longer exists. I don't know if that makes sense because the party no longer exists. That might not be accurate. Like the error should go here, but I just don't think that's the error message I should send. Because if they're not online, that player is, let's see here. So party accept is going to accept the current one. I guess the party no longer exists does make sense because the player got off the line, but no, we wanted to, so it doesn't like automatically delete it. So that's party owner is no longer online. So we'll just complain to them like that because we do need access to where they are so we can actually send them to that server, which we're doing later on. Is there a system where if someone sends someone else a party invite and a third party tries to send one person an invite, will return the player already has a part? I think. I don't know. I'm just like just now revisiting this code after like this code was written at the start of 2020. So if there isn't one, we'll make sure that is there so people can't invite people to parties when there's a pending one and stuff like that because that could get messy and mess up some things. So let's see here. Um, oh yeah, community level is a thing. So like if someone joins and yeah, if you say welcome, that's a thing. On my old server called Chrome C Games, whenever a new player joined, there would be like a dozen or 2 dozen like welcomes in chat because people like community level actually did something, and so it's kind of like a nice thing for some things like that. Um, okay, let's see what we got here. Why is YouTube yelling at me about something? Hold on. I think everything's working. Okay, let's whoops, that's not what I wanted. Let's open up chat and the consoles again. So let's see here. Here we're getting the inviter location, and we're trying to gain access to the server from that. So let's now console log server equals. I'm adding in the quotes, so I make sure that if there's any spaces in there that I do have to remove, I do see them. It's hard to see the ending spaces. So let me look at my, no, the console's far too up. I think I just have to restart the hub again. So it's the party owners no longer online. That's a better error message. Here we're getting the inviter location. We're just trying to just get the inviter location and send it to them. So inviter location is a thing that I don't think I've seen before. So we'll try and figure out why the if statement is always true. Let's go ahead and run this, and I'm gonna build this. Okay, so let's see. There's a lot of people just on the hub, so I might start up another hub instead of like the build server. So let me do that real quick, just so it'll move players back and forth. People have to keep joining and getting kicked and all that stuff. So no one's on the build server. Let me close that. And then I'll spin up a hub 2 so people go from hub 1 to hub 2. SH run hub 2, 1 gigabyte 255. Where am I putting this? I'll put it there, I guess. Okay, so Hub 2 is starting. Never mind, they're both called Hub 2. This is currently Hub 2. Excellent. I have no idea which Hub 2 it is. One moment. Let's try and screen in using the IDs. This is the new one. Okay. Speed bridging is not done. Manhunt is not done either. We're trying to work on the party system, so there's like a team-based system, and then that way the hunters and the runners will not be able to hit each other and other things like that. Like in theory, I could just start that from scratch just for that basic area, but I feel like having the ability to use like a team-based system such as that would make it easier for future game modes as well. So I'm trying to prepare for that. So hub 1 was offline, so let me fix that. So we're gonna run this hub 1 gigabyte. Okay, hub 1 is starting up, and then I'm going to be restarting hub 2. Honestly, because this party system is taking so long, I might actually just make a simple like team selection system. I've done some experimenting with pterodactyl before, but I just refer to the command line in consoles, to be honest, when it comes to my own personal things. But when I was looking into pterodactyl, it was mostly for to be able to host Discord bots and like do that type of thing, to eventually sell Discord bot hosting. So that's something I was looking into, and it's something I might pursue in early 2021. Okay, so I'm gonna stop this. I'm sorry, what? I'm confused. Why is that not working? Hub 2, and I'm just gonna restart this. Okay, we moved to hub 1. That's good. I'm thinking I'm just going to disable this party system, and actually it'll be faster for me to just develop something that is simpler and just designed for that, even though I just said I'm not going to do that. I feel like that'll be the better option to actually get the game mode done. But we're going to try this one last thing. I'm not too good at PvP, so you'll probably win that one-on-one. Okay, hub 2. Could someone try sending me a party invite on hub 2? Okay, so the inventory server is hub 2. Failed to join party. Cannot send you to the leader server. Okay, we're making progress. Maybe I won't restart and from scratch. So failed to join party. Cannot send you to the leader server. That's something new. Means we're getting this. Okay, so this delayed task is going to wait a second to see if we actually could send them to the target server. If they're still there a second later, because this line right here, we're trying to send them to the target server, but we're on the same server right now. And so there should be no need for that. In fact, with that said, there should be no need for any of this. And here's, I think, where the development stopped. Is where we actually do something here. Hold on, I have an idea. What happens if I click on that here? The party no longer exists. Okay, can someone try sending me a party invite while you're in the hub? I'll be on Kit PvP. Actually, that probably won't. Hold on. Let me restart one of the hubs. Yeah, you're certainly using Killora. Hold on, let me restart hub 1. And then I'm going to do another restart for hub 2 because I forget which one it was. So once both hubs are restarted, I'll be on one hub, and then hopefully someone can invite me from the other, and we can see how that works when it comes to interacting with different servers. TPA might be added depending on the game mode. So things like Skyblock, it'll be there. Things like KPP probably won't. Yeah, I think that the cheater was just banned. We saw them spamming their compass. So if you ever see anyone like spamming their compass, that like whenever you click, it opens this. But if you have Killor on, like if I was gonna like attack this person, then like it would open. I would still be hitting them, but you can't actually do that without having cheats on. So if you ever see someone spamming their compass, that means that they're hacking. Okay. Can someone, while being in Hub 2, send me an invite? You might have to type out my name. Apologies for the long name. So stay in hub 2. I'm in hub 1. We need to... Oh, look at that. Why did I just... I just got sent to 2 servers? Okay, I'm in your server now. I'm not sure why I was moved twice. It looks like it. I might have just seen that wrong. But now I'm here. So /party. If you do /party... Wait, who just invited me? So if you do /party, does it show that I am inside the inventory? Like in these empty spots for me? It won't... Oh, hub 2 restarted. That's why. Okay. Okay, yeah, hub 2's... So wait, did that actually work then? That was just a weird coincidence. The exact perfect timing. Okay, hold on. I'm going to be in hub 2. Try sending me another party invite from hub 1. Oh, wait, you're here. Let me... Okay, you stay here. I'll go to the hub. Okay, never mind. I'll go to hub 2. There we go. Okay, I'll be in hub 2. So the idea behind using the party system for Manhunt is so it's simple to be able to just see who's in the party. Although, wait a second. That actually would... Wait a second. What if someone's in a party with other people? It's going to put them in 2 parties? Oh, that's right. There's a cooldown. This actually might not be the best solution. This probably isn't the best solution now I'm thinking about it. So I think that I need to make it so there's just a built-in system into Manhunt, which means this entire time was wasted. Well, I guess not wasted, because we will eventually need the party system. Okay, if you do /party, does it say that you're the owner and that's I'm in your party? Because it's not working for me. I think that I'm just going to make the party system, not the party system, the team system. Wait, didn't I have a team system at one point? Or did I get rid of that? I guess I got rid of it. We're just going to make a team system in the game API. So the party system will not matter at the moment. We will eventually have that work. It didn't work, I think. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and start from scratch. That way I have a complete understanding what's going on, for the most part. And then that way we can actually develop things a little bit faster. So let me go through and actually get rid of my console log. So system.out.println. I would like to search here, please. System.out.println. So some things like this, I don't want my console being spammed with a bunch of nonsense. So I'm just going to get rid of some of these things. Some of the parkour ones are still there. That way, if I do add more console logs, it's very clear which ones I'm looking for. So we're going to get rid of some of these. I think there was more down here. There it is. And that's not needed either. Okay, there we go. So that should be better. Now we're going to create a team system from scratch, which is basically just going to be a array list of names, I guess. And maybe a team system, like you can enable teams or something like that. Let's see here. It ideally shouldn't be case sensitive, but we're just going to abandon this party system for now. Once we get into games like UHC where it's important to have a party, so like where you can, or once we get to more like mini game type things where you can have a party in the hub and then your party follows when you join, then we're going to go back to that system. I might start from scratch, we'll see. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create like a team-based system right here. So let's go ahead and make a new class. This could be called like team handler. And let's see here. This will be implement listener. Where listener, there we go. So we're going to have a constructor, which is just going to simply register the events. And then within here, we're going to want to have this be dynamic depending on whatever game mode wants to use it. We don't just want to have just 2 teams of hunters and runners. However, having the ability to name the teams will be useful. So maybe we have a team class that we can then say how many there are of them within the constructor here. So with this, we're going to have multiple files. So I'm actually going to make a new package here called teams. We can then move the team handler in there. And then we're going to make another thing called team. And then within here, we're going to have a list. So a private list of team called teams. And then here we're going to want to take in a list of teams. We could then say this.teams equals teams. And let's say that we also want the ability to just pass in a different way. So team handler. Do I do this beforehand or afterwards? I forget. It's just team, not teams. I think it's beforehand. There we go. So this.teams equals teams. Forget the exact way to do this. Is it like new array list? We pass in teams here. This has to be a team. No, it's not there. Is it arrays.from list? I forget how to do this. It's been a while since I've used Java for this type of stuff. Arrays.as list, teams. There we go. And this also have a constructor that just registers things. Do I put this below, I guess? So public team handler, we're then going to say event utility register this. And then right here, we're going to say this. So we're just going to go ahead and run that, which might also have some additional setup. But this way we're overloading the constructor. So we have the ability to pass in a list like this. So any number of them as different arguments, or an actual list, like an array list. So either one. And this is just going to be the generic setup that will always be ran no matter which overloaded constructor we use. So that's the idea there. So now we want the ability, let's think about this as how are we going to want to use this? Let's actually open up our manhunt right here. And let's think about how we want to actually use this. So I want to create like a new team handler, and that'll work because that's just going to do the default constructor. It's not going to pass in any actual teams. But how do we actually create these teams? So let's go into the team class. We can say private string name. Public team, we're going to have a string name. We can say this.name equals name. And then let's also say like public string get name, return this.name. And now we have access to a basic team. Obviously, we need like a list of strings for the names. How do I type so fast? I've been programming for a while, so it's just something that just happens over time. Yeah, the compass spam is an easy way to detect it. I actually do have some ways to automatically detect that. And it would be funny on my old servers whenever someone would log with Killora, they just automatically get banned, like within just a few seconds. And it was very accurate. There's very, very few false bans. The false bans are mostly from people who knew the system and were trying to bypass it. Okay, so here we have the name of the team. Do we want a color? I'm not sure. Yeah, we could have a color. So we're gonna have a color that might be optional. So we might overload this original constructor here. We have a name. We're gonna have a private list of string, which will be players. String spelled correctly, of course. That's not what I wanted. And this is going to, actually, I don't think I'm going to implement listeners in here specifically. I'm going to have the listeners in team handler because there's only one of them. And so we're not going to have a bunch of listeners inside here. We're rather going to have methods that allow to control this. So public void add player. We're going to have player. We're going to say this.players.add. Whoops. This dot. Why can't I access that? Oh, I made that uppercase. Players.add player.getName. And then we also want to make sure, if not this dot, actually don't even have to use this every time. So players.contains player.getName. If it doesn't contain that, then we're going to add it. So that way we're not duplicating it. We can also have public void remove player. We're going to pass in the player, and we're going to say players.remove player.getName. We actually could just do, no, we're not going to call this because we could add in a message. So speaking of that, we could say public void send message, string message, and this is going to send a message to everyone that is on this team. So essentially we're going to loop through all the online players. So for player buckets.get online players. And then we're going to say message, which is a custom thing I made, send player, we're going to send message, but we need to make sure they're on this team. So we have add or remove. We're going to have public boolean is on, let's see here, is part of team, is on team. We're going to then just simply return players.contains player.getName. And this can actually be used here. So if not, is on team player. That seems a little cleaner. So here what we want to say is if is on team player. So now we have the ability to send a message to them. We also want to be able to get all the players themselves. So we can say public list string get player names. We can just simply return players. But then we also want to say public list player get players with a lowercase l. And then we could say list player players equals new array list. We can say for player bucket.get on players. And then we're going to basically say if is on team player. We can then say players.add player, and then we're going to return players. So we can get access to that to actually loop through. And with that said, we also could basically just do something a little bit better here, such as for player get players. Basically the same thing, just a little bit cleaner right here. Let's see if he comes spam because he is speeding. I'll go ahead and do a report, and hopefully, yeah, someone just got banned. So I'm assuming that was them. Okay, so here we have a basic system here. We have the name, we have a color, which we're not actually doing anything with. Let's see if we want to overload the constructor with a color. So we can now say this.color equals color. That could be used for a prefix of some kind. It's optional, so by default, this will just be null because we want to do some null checks. Players will be created through one of these. Perhaps the, can I have private, this is a stupid question. Can I have private constructors? I think I can. Which means this is now not throwing an error. Excellent. That's not what I want. Oh well. Okay, so here we have a team class, and we can pass in a number of these. So we want to create a few teams. So we can say team runners equals new team. We then want to pass in runners. And we can also say team hunters equals new team hunters. Now we can pass in a list of these if we had them, or we can pass in runners, comma, hunters, because we now have overloaded the constructor here. So with that said, this is now good to go. Now when it comes to teams, I'm not sure if we want to automatically remove them when they leave the server. No, this is not a playback. When it comes to teams, I want to automatically remove them. Do I want to automatically remove them from the team? It depends on the game modes. Maybe that should be configurable. Let's see here. So we're going to have some different list of booleans here. So private boolean remove when quit equals false by default. We want to be able to toggle this. So public set remove when quit. There we go. So now we have the ability to toggle that. And we now also want to be able to listen for that. So we're going to listen for the player quit event. Public void on player quits. That's not how you spell that. Player quit event. Which player quit event is player kick and player leave fired in one event. If you don't have it, that's because this is a custom thing. I'm not sure if Spigot has improved that since now. It depends on the game mode. So I want this to be configurable. So I have this boolean here, remove when quit. So basically, if they're in a game mode where, let's take it like Hypixel Bed Wars, for example. Potentially, I want to make it so you don't get removed from the team when you quit, you can join back. But then that game could also override that functionality and say, okay, you don't have a bed, so when you join back, you are actually just dead. So I want to be able to make this configurable depending on each game. I'm not making this specifically with Manhunt in mind, although that will have some functionality with it. I'm making this specifically for any other future game as well. For example, there could be Red vs. Blue KPVP that I could use the system with. A lot of fireworks. Okay. Mike got another one. All right, thanks for all the help, Mike. That definitely helps out so I can focus on development. Okay, so here we are doing all this stuff. So here I want to say if this.remove when quits. We actually don't need this. Whoops. If remove when quits, we then want to remove them from the team. So we include a list of teams. So we can say for team of, or teams. And then we can say team.remove player event.get player. Okay, so when they quit, if we're supposed to remove them when they quit, we're going to then remove them. Okay, now I want to be able to configure how this is going to work. Also, I think I want to be able to gain access to this. So like a private static team handler instance equals null. Then here we can just say instance equals this, and then we can get access to it through a static getter. public static team handler get instance. We can then return instance. But we also want to be able to do some extra things with this, such as getting the team of players on. So public team gets team, we can pass in the player. We also want to be able to say public team gets team and pass in string team name. Let's see here. So we now want to loop through all the teams. So for team of, this is not JavaScript, teams. If team.is on team player, we can then just return team. And then otherwise we're going to return null down here. And then under get team, passing in the team name, we're then going to say for string team teams, if team.get, that's okay, whoops. Team.get name dot equals team name. Let's do a strict dot equals, not equals ignore case. Where they want to return the team. And here we also want to return null because nothing was found in the for loop. So they spelled it incorrectly or it just doesn't exist. What is this? Is on team player. That's the wrong import. Get that out of here. I want to import you from bucket. There we go. So here is all this. So now on Manhunt, we're creating teams here. Now we want to work on a system where players can actually join the teams, such as whenever the game is starting. So we want to listen for whenever the game goes to started and remove the items. We also want to make this configurable where we can possibly chain some methods together on the team handler constructor and set what items go where. Or perhaps we pass in the colors. So like the runners could be color.red, and then the hunters could be, or whoops, color.green, spelled correctly. And then this will be color.red. So then we can potentially use this. Is there a way to like get the corresponding dye color? Get by color. Okay, cool, we can. That means we can give them an item depending on the color that they specified. So now we want to listen for whenever the player joins. So public void on player join. We could then type in player join event. We want to see if the minigame exists and if the team handler, maybe we can have this disableable. So we can say private boolean enabled equals true. Well, enabled equals false by default. We want to be able to get that. So public boolean spelled correctly is enabled, return enabled. And then here we want to say enabled equals true because we actually ran the constructor, which means that by false it's by default it's false. And so whenever we're actually trying to use the team handler and we haven't, it's on team-based game mode. For example, if it's just normal kit PvP as of now, it'll be false. So we can actually check that boolean. But whenever we actually use it in the constructor here, which is always used even on overloaded constructors, we're then going to say enabled equals true. So we can then see if that works. We can also say public void set enabled, boolean enabled, this dot enabled equals enabled. So we can actually disable that at certain points. And then on player join, we want to say if is enabled. I'm using the function, or the method rather, instead of the actual property, just in case I want to do some additional things in here. Is he admitting to it in the live stream chat right now? Okay. 1 second. Let me figure out how to do all this. Let me set my other monitor real quick. Why can't it's not letting me do that? That's annoying. Oh, it's just right there. YouTube makes it easy for me. Look at that. Okay. I think that worked. He said he has 11 channels. Okay, whatever. We're just going to keep on making progress here. People can waste the time if they want. Let me open up my consoles again. Okay, let's see here. So here's a team system. We're making some progress on it. We now want to make it so perhaps we have, I want this to be like a bunch of different like flags of different things I can turn on or off depending on the game mode. Yeah, message Mike if he's online because he's the currently only moderator. Okay, so private boolean, remove when quit. So that's already a thing that obviously we haven't tested any of this, but we're doing this here. So now we want to do is give items because perhaps we don't want to give items and we want the ability for the game mode to actually override that. So we want this to be configurable as well. So I can say private boolean give items on join equals true by default. And this stuff will only be enabled, the event will only be registered if this is actually enabled already. So this is fine to keep by default. So that means we'll have to disable that. So let's add in another one. So set enabled, where is it? That's right here, set remove when quit. Let's also say public boolean get remove when quit, return this dot get remove when quit. That's not what I want. This dot remove when quit. There we go. So we can say public boolean, what was it? Give items on join. Get give items on join. We can then return give items on join public void sets give items on join. And then we can just do this right here. So by default, that's true. The best way to help him will be to just report him on the report system because he gets notified every 10 seconds of it. Or just message him, either one. Eventually, they'll run out of accounts or get bored because they're just wasting their time. Okay, so set give items on join and get items on join. So now we have the ability to configure this. By default, it's true. So now whenever we're joining, we're going to say if enabled and get give items on join. If both those are true, we're now going to want to give them the items. But what are the items? We haven't developed that yet. So how do we want this to look when it comes to manhunt? We can say potentially we can override this with a item slot number and then an item stack. So a new item creator. Can I not have that? We'll add an item stack there. So we now want to override team again. So we have access to, okay, good. There we go. Now we have access to the name and the color. And then we also want to override this one more time. We're going to add in int slot item stack icon. So now we can gain access to these two. Why is there two related problems? That's fine. What are you talking about? Okay, it's gone. So now we're going to have access to the color. We're going to say private int slot. And then we're going to say private item stack icon. And then here we're going to say this dot slot equals slot. So this dot icon equals icon. And now we want the ability to gain access to these. So here we have get name. We also want to be able to get color. So public color, get color, return this dot color. Public int get slot, return this dot slot. And then public item stack get icon, return this dot icon. Then we have getters for all these just in case we need them in the future. And so now what do we want to do? I want to be able to actually use these. So I swore it had like an item creator. Is it item factory? No, that's the default one. It was an item creator thing. Yeah, it's right here. Why doesn't I understand what this is? There we go. So here we're going to say, let me see here. So this is 0, 1, 2, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 and 6, I guess. So 2 and 6, and then we're going to say new item creator wool. Whoops. This is a custom built-in thing that I created. So do I just want to pass in like an actual item stack and it customizes it for me? I think that seems much better. So we're just going to say, I want to pass the material as well, just in case I don't want to actually have to create that myself. So we're going to pass in the material. Obviously, that's going to cause a problem over here, because now we need to override this with something right up here, which is just going to be a material. So material, and then we want to say this name, color, slot, new item stack, material. So I'm just going to use this right here. So now we have access to that. For the icon, I want it to be a new item creator, which, there we go. And we're going to pass in the icon. So we're going to basically clone that. Then we're going to say, whoops, set name and action, click and X to join. Let's see here, and plus color dot toString. We want the name. So name and X team. There we go. So click to join that team. Add lore is going to be and var plus players.size player. And then let's actually get let's just do this once. So we're going to say int size equals this. And then I want to add in an S only if it's not 1. So we're going to use a ternary operator here. So if size is exactly equal to 1, we're going to add nothing. Otherwise, we're going to add an S. So if it says there's 1 player, it'll say 1 player. If there's 2 players, it'll say 2 players with an S. So now there's an icon right here. We have the ability to get the icon. And so with that said, this should be working. And now we're actually going to give them the item here. So we're now going to loop through the teams. So for teams, and they want to be able to get the icon. So team.getIcon. So we're going to say event.getPlayer.setItem. No, getInventory.setItem. We're going to say team.getSlot, team.getIcon. So there's that. So now whenever they join, if we're supposed to give them the items, we're going to loop through all the teams and give them the associated items with that team, which we specify here. We already gave them the color. So what I want to do now is I want to actually color this wool with the actual color here, because this could be something else. It could be a diamond pickaxe or something that doesn't make sense to color. So here we're actually coloring this, but what I want to do is I want to say if icon dot get type is exactly equal to wool, or icon dot get type. Wait, is it like a colorable option? Gravity, block, burnable, editable, flammable. Okay, there's whatever. We're just gonna manually compare them. Get type exactly equal to glass. No, stained glass. Or icon dot get type is exactly equal to material dot stained glass pane. So I think those are the 3 ones that you can actually color. If I'm missing any, let me know. And then here we can basically just color them. So I think that's let's actually make this just a boolean color equals this. That's not right. Should color or change color. So then the item creator, if I remember correctly, we can pass in the actual data that we want. So with that said, we could then pass in change color, otherwise 0. And here we're going to pass in dieColor.getColor from the actual color itself, which is not going too well. Just return, oh, this has to be a byte, I believe. No? The actual die itself. Wait, what about that, James? Am I missing something? Is what a bug? Is something going on the server? Oh boy. I see someone's still wasting the time. Oh, that's right, that's right. Or icon dot get type exactly equal to material dot. Isn't that like an ink sac technically? I forget. I think it actually is. It was something weird like that. This is item ID 135. or no, 135, 351. These are all 351. Yeah, so that's actually an ink sac with different data values. So yeah, that's a good catch there. Okay, so let's figure out what I'm doing here. So the idea is that if change color is a thing, then we want to pass in this. What is the error? This is just gonna, I don't understand. This returns a byte, right? Dye color. Oh, okay, okay, I understand. There we go. Deprecated, so I'll do that in the future probably, but for now this works. You know, best practices, of course. So I think this will work. So basically, if we're passing in a diamond pickaxe, nothing's going to actually happen there. But if we're passing in something like wool, like in this case, it's going to actually color that. And then here's the slot. So this should be 6, I believe. So here we have 0, 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're separated enough where you're not going to accidentally click the other one. And I think there's not going to be anything here in the center. There might be like a door at the end, but that's fine. So I think that should do that there. Now in a team handler, so this is where we're actually going to get the item and give it to them at the correct slot. So there's that. We also want to listen for whenever the game starts. So public void on game start, which is, there's a bunch of custom events, such as this one. So now we want to say if is enabled, which actually I don't even need to check if it's enabled at all because the events are never registered unless it gets enabled. Right here, register the events, or beforehand, enable it. Checking if it's enabled is pointless on the events because they're not actually registered as events unless it's enabled. So now under game starting, we basically just want to remove all the items from the player's inventory. Although to be fair, the minigame probably does that automatically. I don't need to do this actually because it automatically removes them already. It removes everything. So there's that. I think this is getting close to enough to test. Let's look what we have inside of Manhunt here. So here we have the runners and the hunters. Those are the teams. And we have the items. We also, of course, we need to listen for whenever they actually click on the item. And then assign them to that team. Public void. Oh, wait. Before I do that, we also want to assign a potential max number of players. So let's keep all the integers together. Max players. -1 means unlimited. So that is right below the slot. So we can say public int get max players. Return this dot max players. Public void set max players. Int max players. This dot max players equals max players. So there's that. So what I want to do is whenever you're trying to add the team, there's that. And let's return a Boolean here if it worked or not. So we're going to return false there. We're going to return true here. But then we're also going to say if we're not on the team, that's cool. But also we're going to check if, let's make a function for getting the size of the team. So public int get size. So we can just return players.size. So here we're going to say if get size is greater than or equal to max players, get max players, we're then going to return false. Perhaps we want to return either an integer or an enum value so we can understand what happened here. Or we can just send them a message. We'll just send them a message right here. So message.send to the player and error. The reason why I'm using these custom color codes every now and again, for those of you who might have noticed like and action or and var, there's also and error, is because these can be easily configured in one file. And that means that I get to change the entire color scheme of the chat with one file instead of changing it in hundreds of different places. There's a lot of things like that. So just message.send, instead of just saying player.send message, I think that's, yeah, instead of doing that, I now have complete customization over how the message is sent. So I can go in and set like the default prefix and all that stuff in here. So and error, that team is full. We're getting close to be able to test this on the Manhunt server. So we want to be able to actually do something here. So whenever we actually add to the team, we're going to add them to the list, and then we're going to send a message to the team saying, do we want to do that actually? I guess that depends on the actual game. Let's add an event, a custom event here. So this is going to be team join. Let's actually add in another package. There's going to be a package called events. We're going to add in another class called team join events. And my headset's doing a thing where it needs sound after so long, or it also starts turning off. That's slightly annoying. Okay, so team join event. Where's like a basic example of an event? Okay, I'll just copy this right here. I forget the exact syntax because it's been months since I've done this. And then we can go in and change this. So we can have the ability to cancel it. That's fine. This requires a player. So let's actually create a player here. Private player, player. And then here we can say this.player equals player. We have is canceled. We can have say public player get player. We can then return this.player. So here we have this team join events. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to make another one called team leave events. So we can then listen to these without having to actually call a bunch of static methods. This is much easier to use an event-based system. Team leave events. Let's then just change this here, and this should be very, very similar. In theory, we could have one single event and then check like an enum value, but this seems somewhat cleaner when actually using it. So here what we want to do is we want to say bucket.get plugin manager dot, I forget how to do this. Wait, event util dot, how do you, I can't believe I'm forgetting how to do this. Oh, we have to actually create the event. Team join event equals new team join event with the player. We also probably should gain access to the team. So private team equals that. Obviously that is forced in the constructor because obviously there is a team present. So we want to import that. And then we also, instead of just get player, we're going to say public team get team return this.team. Okay, so there's that. Now we want to actually pass in the team that we're joining, which is just going to be this because we're inside the team class, and then events. Okay, how do we actually fire the event? New event fired event? What? What is that? Oh, that's okay. I understand now. I completely forget how to fire events. It's been like months since I've actually worked on this type of stuff. Oh, buckets.get plugin manager.call event. Okay, easy enough. Bucket.get plugin manager.call event. We can pass in the event. Now we can do something very similar to this whenever it actually is removed. Instead, this is going to be team leave event. But that needs the actual constructor to be changed to accept a team as well. So private team, and then here we're going to say team, this.team equals team. And then we're going to say public team, get team. We're going to return this.team. We probably should import it. Why is this an error? Oh, team leave event. There we go. So I can listen to those events and potentially do something such as send a message. I don't want to just assume that we want to send a message to everyone whenever someone joins or leaves. That might depend on the game mode. If it's a larger game, that might get really spammy and annoying to look at. So we want to be able to do that in each game mode by listening to those events, the team join event and the team leave event. So there's that. Also, we should be able to cancel these things. That's important because we can have the Boolean to cancel. So we're going to go ahead and listen for that as well. So if not event dot is canceled, we want to actually add them and then return true. Same thing down here. Remove events, we want to actually listen for that because some things we might want to say, no, you actually can't join that team and can't leave that team depending on the game mode. So if event.is canceled, if not event.is canceled, we then want to actually remove them. And we can also return true here and then return false here. We can make this return a Boolean for if it worked or not. I did not mean to jump down. Oh well, someone will kill me. Okay. This seems to be coming together. I guess we can actually try it at some point. I wonder what happens if we try it right now with just this. So the team handler give items on join is enabled, so we should at least get the items. Oh, we have to actually listen whenever they click on the items. I forgot about that. Yes. Okay, so public void on player click. Is that that's a custom one I made, right? What was it? Player. I know it was player interact, but there was player item click within the inventory. What was my testing? What is happening? Okay. I have a custom event for player clicking, I think. Oh, it's player mouse click. That's right. It listens for left and right click events. I've already things like that. No wait, those are the same event. I'm not sure why I have this event, but it's a thing. On player mouse click. No, I don't have it. We're just using player interact event. I don't know what my custom one is. So on player interact event. We're gonna be testing manhunt here in just a moment. Once I get this working. So now I want to basically loop through all the teams and get their icons. This is actually not very efficient. I need to make sure that the slots are actually there. So let's see here. We're going to have a private list integer slots to listen to. And then this right here is going to say equals new array list here. And then whenever we actually get the items, whenever we give them the items right here, we're going to say int slot equals team.getSlot. So we can actually replace this right here. And then we can also say slots.listen to add slot. So now we can just check the integer if it exists instead of going through and checking the actual item. That's a bit better. So if this contains event.get player get inventory.get held item slot. Okay, that's the case. So we're going to actually use the player a couple times. We're just going to gain access to it here. Okay, so we're going to get the player. We're going to see if they're clicking on the correct slot for joining with the team item. At this stage, we want to gain access to what the team item is. And this doesn't make sense just to hold this information here. We probably should make this a map with... Yeah, let's actually change this. Because gaining access to this slot is useful. So this is going to be an integer map teams. Let's go ahead and import this. This is going to require this to be slightly different. Actually, I don't think we're ever going to use this. We'll implement that functionality later. And then here is a problem where... Darn, that's annoying. So this is going to be teams equals new hash map. So we're going to make that a new hash map. You think you ran out of accounts? Okay, that's good. It was a matter of time. So because we're calling the default constructor, which seems clear to put above it, doesn't matter though. So because we're calling the default constructor, we know that teams is now a hash map. We're getting access to a list of teams, and so we can actually loop through those. So for team of teams, this is not JavaScript. Too much JavaScript lately. We could then say this.teams.put team.getSlot as team. There we go. So now we can pass in however many teams we want, and it will automatically assign that into here. So now we're going to get some errors here. This is going to be teams.values. This is going to be teams.values. Going down further, this is going to be teams.values. Actually, we can get an entry in here. So we're going to have an entry of integer team. We're going to say entry, and this is going to be of teams. I think it's that. Okay, there we go. So now we could say slot is going to be entry.key, and then we are then going to say this could just be entry.getKey, and this can be entry.getValue. Why is this an error? Oh, so that get icon. There we go. I know the server's on an OVH VPS at the moment. Okay, so now we're going to give them that, but now we gain access to the actual thing we want here. So we can now say team equals... Let's break this up into multiple lines. So team slot equals player.inventory.get held item slot, and then we can say team equals teams.get slot, and then if team is not equal to null, that means that we're actually clicking on it. we gain access to the team. We then want to actually like team.addPlayer. There we go. That seems cleaner. This is going to be teams.values. I think this will work. We're going to go ahead and try this out. So in Manhunt, we're going to have the runners and the hunters team. We didn't specify the max number per team. Set max players. However, does this... This should return a team. Return this. So we can actually chain those together. So set max players for the runners, let's say 3. And then set max players for the hunters, let's say 2. Just as a test, if we get more people joining that can't join a team, that's fine, because we're probably not going to be testing the actual game mode here. We're just testing the team functionality. So be aware of that. So I'm going to go ahead and actually deploy this, and I'm going to spin up the Manhunt server again. So we're actually going to be testing something here in a few minutes, guys. I just had to do all this team thing here. So let's build this. We'll see if it deploys. Let me get the Manhunt server ready. I'm going to shut down this second hub probably. And then we're going to go into the Manhunt server. This is what I'm doing right here. Let me make sure that we don't already have an instance running. I don't think we do. So I wrote a couple custom SH scripts to actually do this. So we get to say Manhunt 1 is going to be 1 GB and hosted on 25590, for example, just something random. And it actually creates the screen there. So I think it should be typed out as Manhunt 1, not MH1. I'm pretty sure. So now it's actually going to spin up the server. So I'm going to move this over because some people join and it shows their IP, so we don't want that to be public information. It's generating the world right now, so I'm going to go ahead and go to the hub. And we should be able to... there we go. Oh, this is still here. Okay. I'm confused to why I can fly and all that stuff. Okay, hold on. I don't have essentials and there's no op systems. Like it's a completely custom. Most things are custom, and even like the permission system and all that stuff. And then almost every user-facing feature is completely custom as well. I probably went a little overboard with writing the custom plugins instead of just using public ones, but I like to have complete control over everything and not have to rely on certain updates or things breaking in the future and all that stuff. Okay, so let's see if I can join now. Okay, I'm here. Oh wait, I can fly because like I have rank, and ranks can fly before the game starts. But we don't get our items. So that's not good. Either this doesn't deploy correctly or there's a bug. Because my deployment system is so messed up right now, I'm assuming it didn't deploy correctly, so we're going to go ahead and try that out. Let's go ahead and rebuild this. It will automatically deploy it. Okay, I see that it is deploying. Let me go ahead and watch the deployment process. Make sure that's actually working. Oh, wait, the deployment process isn't even running. Oh, I'm not logged into the right user. That'd be why. 1 second. Okay, restarting Manhunt. Pretty sure it deployed this time. We'll see. Okay, it's now generating the world, so that's good. Take a few seconds for that. Oh, there's an exception. Null pointer exception, manhunt line 28. Okay, but where before then? Team line 42. 42 is here. What? What? I'm confused. And before that is 35. Something is not right here. This is not team. This is team handle. That's why I'm confused. Okay, game API, teams, team. So line 42. Players.size. Okay, I'm never initializing players. That makes sense. So here we're going to say this.players equals... That's not what I wanted. Whoa. Equals new array list. This is a problem. This doesn't make sense to do right here. If I want that to be there, I have to add it dynamically whenever I'm getting them to actually, I have to like every second I would update this item, for example. I'm not gonna work with that right now. So we're just gonna do this right here. And then, yeah, that should be fine. Let's actually deploy this. Hey, Adam. Glad you can find the stream. I'm assuming you found this from the Uprising Discord. Okay, deploying this right now. And then I'll restart the manhunt server, and then hopefully I can join and see the items. I'm just waiting to make sure that it actually deployed, because I'm not seeing it on the server yet. There it is. Okay. Okay, restarting the manhunt server, and then hopefully I can join. We can have a team-based system, and then from there I can go into the manhunt code and just make sure you can't hit people of the same team, and then we might be able to actually play. So let's see what's happening here. It started raining a lot all of a sudden. Not sure if the mic is picking that up. So it's generating worlds. Hopefully we'll see the server here in a second. Okay, we still don't see the items. And I'm stuck in a block. So that's irrelevant. Let's actually fix that real quick before we continue. So on manhunt, games, manhunt, I usually add in like generic events like that aren't super complicated. I just added in its own thing here. So we're going to implement listener. We're going to say public events. And then we're going to say event util. That should be inside the method. Event util register this. Then we could say, actually we could just let the world spawn to, 1 second, what am I doing? Once we actually generate the world, is there like a world loaded event, world generated event? There's a world load event, right? World load event. I don't know if that's for the first world. Maybe it registers the plugins afterwards. We'll try that. Bucket dot, let's see here, world equals bucket dot get worlds dot get 0. We're going to say world dot set spawn, or location. Spawn equals world dot get spawn. Spawn dot set y as spawn dot get y plus 5 or 3 or something. And then we could say world dot set spawn location. Oh, excellent. Okay. Spawn dot get x, spawn dot get y plus 3, spawn dot get z. Why? That does return a thing. What's the problem? Oh. Oh, duh. I was going the wrong way with that. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. So now whenever the server starts up, hopefully this actually works, we're going to then increase the world spawn by 3 blocks. So when you join, you would immediately just fall down a couple blocks, not taking fall damage, of course, ideally. And then at that stage, you shouldn't be in the ground anymore. That's much better than listening to whenever someone joins and then teleporting them up. I'm still going to keep this here because this will eventually hold some basic events that don't specify their own files. Okay, so let's think about what we can actually do here. So when I joined the team things isn't actually happening. So I'm initializing the team handler here and passing in teams. So this is running here. We're then calling the default constructor, which registers the event. So the event should be firing. So let's add in some console logs. This right here should be default enabled. So let's event.getPlayer.getName has joined. We're also going to say giving items, and then we're also going to say giving item 4 plus entry.get value.getName. Okay, there we go. So we're going to add some console logs here. And if none of those run, then there's some problem with registering the events. But this should give us an understanding of what's going wrong. Is this actually empty? Which it might be. Is this if statement false? Like, what's going wrong? So I'm actually running the deployment system. Let's rebuild this. It should automatically deploy to the server. And I can restart and try it out. And then once I get this working, we can all jump on and try out manhunt once I do a couple more things, such as prevent friendly fire. I think it's deploying. Yeah, okay, it's deploying. So I'm going to restart manhunt. Okay. I'm just waiting for the manhunt server to start up. It takes a few minutes because it has to generate the worlds. It's almost done. Okay, it's done. Join manhunt 1. Excellent. That worked very well. I can't even break things, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe I should just increase it by 1 just in case like there's spawn underneath things. Or you shouldn't take damage originally, even though I was just taking suffocation damage for some reason. Multiverse API for world generation. That's a good idea. I haven't thought of that before. Let's just spawn them at like 200 or something. If they take fall damage, we'll fix that. But the main problem is that I don't have my items and I don't see anything in console. So that means that our events aren't being fired at all. This definitely could have a better solution, but for now this will work just so, because like that's not our main focus. Main focus for now is just the team system. Okay. Okay, let's actually disable this. This because we were just testing. We can now take fall damage, and let's get rid of the dragon command. That was just for testing. Because we know that killing the dragon works from yesterday's stream. So now we just want to make sure that we are doing the team systems at this point. So I don't understand why this isn't actually working. This runs here. This runs the default constructor here. We're registering the events. Let's confirm this. I'm not sure why this is... What am I doing? This is never actually going to be a thing. Let's just do that. Why is that needed here? Oh, wait. Integer team. What? That's an integer in team. What do you mean? Oh, duh. There we go. Let's register the events afterwards. Just to make sure we have teams. Yeah, Manhunt's broken right now. I'm not sure what's going on with a few things, but if you join, you're just going to suffocate to death. I'm trying to get the team things to work, but it's just not working for some reason. So if this is working, then we're definitely registering the events. This is a listener, otherwise this will throw an error. Because the registered events are here, we're listening for the player join event, and we should see some things here. Let's make this a little easier to stand out. There we go. All right, I'm going to restart the Manhunt server for those on it, so go ahead and go to the Hover Kit PvP. We're so close to being able to have something to test. Disabling friendly fire is very simple once I get the system working for the entire teams. Wait, why did that had a door there for some reason? Okay, let's actually make the first jump. There we go. Okay, that's updated. I'm going to restart Manhunt. Make sure this is Manhunt. Yeah, I frequently get a lot of comments about how fast I talk. It's something that I really should slow down with, but whenever I'm programming, my mind just like moves fast. So whenever I'm on the live streams, I'm probably still going to talk at my normal speed, but I'm trying to slow down even further my videos because I still keep getting comments about it. Okay, it's generating the worlds, and then I'll be able to actually try it out, and hopefully it works. Okay, well, we don't have the items, and I'm still stuck in a block. I don't understand what's going on with that. What? You know what? We're going back with the not as good solution. Okay, slow down. Player teleport, player.get location, .clone.add, 0, 50, 0. Let's try that. Obviously, not the best solution, but I just want to get that working. I still don't understand. Do we have any console logs about anything? Is this being deployed? I don't understand why this isn't even working. There's nothing in the console about that. Oh, there's an exception up here. Oh, I didn't see the exception. That's probably why. Okay, so we got teams line 47. Line 47. This right here is a null pointer exception on 47. So die color that gets item creator. So this could be null right here. So if this and die color, no, it's just die. Whoops. Then we want to get die is not equal to null. Okay. I'm not sure why that's the case here. Because what am I passing in here? Green and red. I don't understand. It's right there. I don't understand how the function works. I haven't looked at it, but oh well. Maybe I just what's the, okay, let's go to the hub. So that's 14 and 5. So green is 5, red is 14. Why am I looking at the values? I can just use the enum. So we're going to say new item stack wool 1. Whoops, that's material.wool. And then die color dot, this is the runners. So green dot get data. Can I just pass that in? I forget how that works. No, not on that class. So then we're going to create a new item stack again right here. A new item stack material.wool 1 die color dot red dot get data. Okay. So there's that. Oh well, we're just going to remove this. We're just going to pass in that. I'm using IntelliJ. This is my IDE here. The server's going pretty well. So far, we've been mostly focusing the entire stream on just creating this team system. For a little bit, we were messing around with the party system from my previous server, but there was too much code to go over. And I also realized halfway through that it's not really the best solution. So now we're creating a custom team system for any games, including Manhunt, which is what we'll hopefully be testing towards the end of the stream. Okay, so we no longer have that. So note to self, scroll up and look for exceptions next time. I was so confused why things weren't working. With that said, maybe... Wait a second, did I have something... Whoops. Let me copy this. Let me control Z a little bit. Did I have something down here that solved the world problem? I did. That wasn't actually being ran because of the exception. So spawn.get block y plus 5. This was never being ran because there was an exception here. So with that said, we can get rid of this garbage solution over here. Okay, so this should now run. We'll see. I'll keep that there just in case, so we have a confirmation. And everything seems like it should be okay now. Now we're just manually passing in the colors that we want. That's the amount, that's the color, that's the item. Okay, good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and deploy this, and then hopefully we can go ahead and test Manhunt after that. Okay, that did not work. Let me try again. Okay, note to self, do not look at the console while trying to do parkour. All right, let's restart Manhunt. If anyone is on Manhunt, you're about to get kicked. Or sent back to the hub, rather. Then hopefully this will work. We'll see. It's generating the worlds, and I'll go try it out. All right, let's try this out. Manhunt 1. We got the items. Oh, wait, technically got the items. I'm not sure what's up with the title of the items, though. That's, not correct. I think I've, like, just added in the name of the actual item and not, like, the display name. And here's someone else's suffocating as well. All right, so at least it's somewhat working. The reason why I couldn't join Manhunt is because it was restarting at the time. So click to join color.toString. This is what? We're just gonna simplify. Click to join that team. And then why are we still spawning there? Let's just say 250. You're gonna fall for a little bit. We'll eventually make that better. Make Minecraft in Discord.js. I'm not sure how I would do that. That seems very ambitious. So let's see. I think I'm just gonna make that change here. I don't understand why this would not work. Wait, what's itself? Let's check for exceptions. Okay, we're good. There's no exceptions up in the console. I'm not sure if Mike is AFK. Is there another hacker on? Make sure my deployment system is working. Mike's here. All right, let's build this. Let's see what happens. That's not what I wanted. Okay, if you're on Manhunt, then you might be sent back to the hub soon in a few seconds. Okay, that's updated, so I'm going to restart Manhunt. Then it'll generate new worlds, and then hopefully the name of the item actually works. I probably should have tested team joining before I actually restarted. Oh, that didn't work out. Okay, Manhunt's almost up. Never mind, I forgot it has to generate the worlds. Okay. Okay, Manhunt is now up. Okay, well that worked. Now is fall damage off. It is. Okay. So you definitely will not suffocate anymore. So there's that. We now have the runners team and the hunters team. Okay. So if I click on this, I have actually no confirmation that I joined. Excellent. Cool. So let's do that. So we can get rid of that console log. So here's where we're adding the team. If this actually worked, we want to send them a message. So message.send to player. You joined the plus team or plus name team. And then we also want to send a message to the player here. You left the whatever team. Yeah, the manhunt will be updated. Currently everything is base 1.8, but everything will be updated to be the hub will be 1.8 because I'm planning on launching PvP based game modes that should be 1.8. But the latest version will be used on things like Manhunt, Speedrun, and Skyblock. But currently it's just not there. This is Java. 13 exploits. That's a lot. Okay, so you have to go. See you next time then. As for the rank color, it's that by design because I'm planning on not having. My goal is to have very little, if any, pay to win perks on the ranks, which are necessary to keep the server up and alive. So I want to have very mild pay to win, if at all. And so things like having like a colored name with part of the ranks. So I had to do a lot of things like that to make it enough incentive for people to actually buy the ranks to keep the server up. So you left the whatever team. Let's actually add in a command like team list or something like that. Is slash team even a command right now? No, okay. Are you able to join the community? Do you mean the wornoffkeys community or this community or what? And what version is it? It's 1.8 and above. I think the latest version or two might not work because it will eventually, but the base of the server is from a previous project that was not out whenever the newest versions of Minecraft are out. So 1.8 and above will definitely work. The Badline Cosmetics giveaway. I might eventually, something like that will likely occur at the launch of the server to try and get more people to know about the server, but I'm not sure. That's probably, to be honest, a month or two away, at least. There's a lot of things I've planned for this before we actually go to launch things, and before I do marketing like that. You're in a ravine. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of things I have to check for like the actual spawn points. Will the Minecraft server be public? Yes. My goal is to create. My goal is to live stream and document the process of me making a server that the end goal, to be honest, is to try and like get as many players as possible and eventually have a store and have it like be self-sustaining in that regard. But I also am using the live streams as a way to try and start getting interest about the server before it actually launches, and also simultaneously create content for one-off keys. So this will be like a publicly accessible server. Actually, this server right now is up 24/7. The dev cow will eventually restart, and probably here in just a few seconds, actually. Okay, so what's next? So we're going to click to join the whatever team. That works. We might want to and var and x that. So it is actually colored as gold for now. I'll eventually make that colored for the correct team name. But what do I have access to here? Color dot. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. That's such a small detail. Doesn't matter right now. So add players, that team is full. And then here we have you join the whatever team. We want a command, at least I want a command that is going to probably be in team handler. And it's going to actually list who's on what team. So new command base. For those who are familiar with Minecraft development, this is a custom package that's actually public on my GitHub repository. This is going to be called team list. And we're actually not going to have anything there. So that's not what I wanted. I just want override public boolean on command. We're going to have the command sender, not that, command sender. And then we're going to have the arguments. This is just going to return true. And we also need to override, not that. I don't know why. Some things I don't like auto-completing and some things I do. A win-win-win situation. Yeah, I've been having this idea for this server for a long time. And so, let me spell string right. And so I thought about actually live streaming everything. It just seems like it was a no-brainer, something I should be doing. So public string get usage. We're then going to return team list. Okay, there we go. So now what we want to do is we want to list all of the teams. So we're going to say, we're going to loop through all the teams. Teams dot, wait, what is teams? Okay. Oh, I gain access to them here. That's fine, actually. I was expecting to use the hash map. I was so confused why this was working. When it comes to this, like the typing speeds, I usually do fairly poorly on those because I don't usually type those types of words very quickly. But when it comes to software, I sometimes do. So I've tried those before, and it's not like that impressive of a speed that I get. Because like random sentences, I usually don't type very fast at all. It's just code because I've been doing it for so long. So we're gonna loop through the teams, and we're gonna create a message. So let's see here, string text equals team.getName. Let's actually add in, let's see, what do I want here? And var team.getName players. We're going to add in then team.getSize. And then we're going to say we probably should use a string builder here. String builder, builder equals new string builder. Pass that in without that. Okay, then we're going to loop through all the players. So we're just going to get the name. So string name is going to be team.getPlayerNames. And then we're going to say builder.append name, and then builder.append comma space. And then we're going to say message.send to the sender, builder.substring 0, and then builder.length -2. Because we're adding in these two here, so we want that to not be at the end. Because otherwise it'll be like, person 1, 2, 3, like that. So we're going to subtract 2. And so that's going to then loop through all the teams and send that. So slash team list should give me a better idea of what's actually happening. Okay. That seems fine. What is the best way to learn overall JavaScript? There's some crash courses on YouTube that you can look up and follow a couple of those to get a better idea. I will eventually, probably early next year, be launching my own Node.js course, but we'll have a good amount of it free on YouTube as well. And that will be designed for people who not only know basic web development with JavaScript, but also just don't know JavaScript at all. So if you're brand new to JavaScript or just brand new to programming, that'll be something that will eventually be launched early next year. When you select speed bridging, but you choose parkour, that's expected at the moment. Let's see here. Did I build this correctly? Hold on, let me deploy this real quick. That's cleaning it. That's not what I wanted. Okay, Manhunt, if you're on there, will be restarted soon. No, never mind. No one's on there. Just waiting for this to actually deploy, and then I'll restart. Okay, that's deployed, restarting Manhunt, and then we'll see if that works. Okay, it's generating the worlds right now. Then we should be good to go. Okay, you join the runners team. And if I click on it again, nothing happens because I'm already in the team. And then you join the hunters team. I can switch back and forth. Never mind, I can't. Oh, I don't remove them from other teams. That's a problem. Team list. Yeah, okay. So there's that. I also need a space there. And to be able to actually reset the color codes. Okay, easy fixes. So here we have this. Let's add in and var, and then and x. And then we also want and x here. And then and var here. And then and x here as well. No, that doesn't make sense. I think that'll do it. Okay, now we also need to remove them from the other teams once they join. So that's easy enough to do whenever they actually go to join the team. Want to remove them from all teams. So add player here. If everything is good to go, then we should remove them from all teams. So for team handler.get instance.get teams. Oh, I want to be able to get all the teams. Why can't I can't do that? Get team, public list team, get teams. We're then going to return teams.values. Okay, let's figure out if I can remember how to do this. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I still won't know what I'm doing. We're now going to loop through all the teams. So team handler.getInstance.get teams. And we're going to say team.remove player. We're going to make sure they're in no team, and then we're going to add them to the team. Now this is this method right here, which if they are inside of the team, this actually returns a Boolean if it was removed or not. So with that said, we're just going to say if this, then we're going to send them a message. That way we're not going to randomly send them that you left the hunters team whenever they're just joining the runners team. So we're going to make sure they're actually removed. We're still going to return true, just in case that's irrelevant, because they're technically good to go. Maybe we don't want to do that, actually. So with that said, we're just going to add this into the if statement. If it's not canceled, and we're actually able to remove you, which means that you were actually in there, then we're going to send you a message saying you left the team. We're going to return true. Right now, it doesn't matter. The dudes aren't being looked at. In the future game modes, there might be. So I think this is good to go. Let's try it again. There are minimal amounts of DJS tutorials that go over things like client guild events in detail. That's a good idea. Can you leave it in the suggestions channel in the wornoffkeys Discord? I do look at those. I just don't like actually set the status. I've been thinking about going through and updating them. Probably tomorrow, or the day after. But I do look at all those. Staff doesn't show the vanish. That's a good idea. I think it was originally like that at one point, but it's just broken throughout the years. The cooldown property of wornoffkeys commands, but it's not working. Have you tried talking in the Discord JS channel? And if you're able to talk in there and it's not working, or if you're able to ask in there and people aren't able to help you, then go ahead and tag me in the general chat and I'll help after the stream. Okay, let me go ahead and restart the Manhunt server. All right, that's being restarted. And then, oh, that was close. Generating the worlds, and then we should be good to go. All right, let's join Manhunt 1. You joined the runners team. You left the runners team, you joined the hunters team. Okay, that message probably isn't necessary. In hindsight, like that probably doesn't need to be there. Because it's only really happening whenever they leave is when they leave the server, if that's enabled, or if they're joining another team. And so they don't really need to be like actually told that they left the other team because it's obvious. But if I do team list, that's one word. Excellent. That's exactly what we want to see right there. But for the most part, that is working. Okay, cool. So now we have teams that people can join. I believe I set a maximum. And if so, let's get people to join and test it out. But let me just double check that there actually is a maximum. Get max players. Is this ever actually set anywhere? Set max players. Is this used? Yes, it is. Okay. Can I get people to join and try joining the hunters team? Which is the red block. It is join manhunt 1. Join space manhunt 1. Manhunt being one word. Okay, so team list. Okay, everyone join hunters. I want to make sure that when I try joining hunters, once it's full, that's working. So, whoops, that's not what I wanted. That's okay. There we go. So we have 2. Team is full. Okay. Let's see here. Other people join runners. So team list. Currently it's just me and Mike. I believe the max for that was 3. So let's just make sure both work. Also, I want this to be the lime green, not just the dark green. Okay, so that works. So the max works. That's good. And now that team's full. Okay, cool. So now let's get rid of the leaving message, and then let's also. Did we just hold the blocks to join the team? No, you would click on it. Yeah, both are full. Okay, everything's working so far. So the max players on the hunters, maybe let's do 3, and then let's have no max on the runners, and let's see if we're able to just have everyone do that. Also, we should be able to set a default team. That when you join, you're first just there. Do I want to add in that functionality now? So maybe the runners should be delayed or set max. I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna have no max, and let's just actually do the protection where you can't actually attack each other, and then let's see what happens. Hello, clear. All right. So here we got the 2 teams, and now let's see here. We want to make it so they can't actually attack each other. So this is going to be something that we can toggle on and off. So we're going to add another flag. So private boolean FF enabled for friendly fire enabled, or we can just say friendly fire. This will be false by default. Let's add in a boolean here, such as these. So we got like a shortcut to generate those. I forget what it is. Oh well, let's type it out. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? So we got public boolean get ff, we can then return friendly fire. And we got public void set ff boolean friendly fire. This dot whoops. We got this dot friendly fire equals friendly fire. Okay, so now we want to listen to whenever there's actually an event occurring of entity damage by entity. So public void on entity damage by entity. And we want this to be priority of highest and ignore canceled equals true, which means that in a lower priority, which is default normal, if you are being hit and it's being canceled, let's say before the game starts, it's going to completely ignore this event listener. So none of this code is actually ran. So now that we're in here, we want to say if events.getDamager is an instance of a player. No, wait, we want getEntity is an instance of a player. We don't want to get access to the player. So player equals player event.getEntity. We're then going to have player damager equals null. We're then going to say if event.getDamager is an instance of a player. We're then going to say damager equals player event.getDamager. We're also going to say else if event.getDamager is an instance of a projectile. We're then going to get the projectile. So let's cast this real quick to a projectile of event.getDamager. And then we'll say if projectile.getShooter is an instance of a player, we're then going to say damager equals player projectile.getShooter. So we're going to add in support for projectiles like bows, snowballs, other things like that. We don't want those to damage the players either. So after these two, we're going to say if damager is not equal to null, we can then compare the two. So in our team handler, this is something we might want to be able to do at different times, is compare two different teams. So we can have a public boolean is on same team with two players. So we're going to have our player 1 and our player 2. Spelled correctly. We then want to get the team. So team 1 equals get team of player 1, and then team 2 equals get team of player 2, and then return team1.getName.equals team2.getName. So at this stage, we now have the ability to check that. I'm writing a function because we might want to do this at a different time as well. So now we can say if is on same team, player and damager. We're then going to say events.setCancel true. We can actually simplify this if statement like so. That should work. All right. So I'm going to restart this real quick. Actually, let me make sure that's... Does this do a countdown or anything? No? Okay. Make sure that my actual deployment system is working, and I'm going to be restarting Manhunt soon. You'll be sent to the hub if you're there, and then when we come back, we should have the ability to actually play. In theory, we'll see. Okay, so it is deploying. All right, restarting. For those asking in chat how people got ranks, some of them are from people who had ranks on previous servers. There will eventually be a store. It's not linked to Patreon or anything regarding wornoffkeys. It'll be its own thing for Block Blast, and that'll be probably closer to launch, but there might be a way to pre-order ranks at a cheaper price by becoming like a YouTube member once I have that enabled. I'm still playing out the details there, for those who are wondering about ranks. Okay, so it's generating the world right now. And then once that's done, Manhunt should be functional. Seems like there was a little bit of lag right there. It's unfortunate. All right, Manhunt is back online. I believe I removed all of the limits. Never. Okay. Man, don't join my Manhunt. Hold on. Whoops. I know exactly how to fix that. So whenever we're going to join the team, if get size is greater than get max players, and let's say get max players is not exactly equal to -1. There we go. Because -1 is the default. That means it's unlimited. So we don't care. If it's -1, we don't care if the team is full or not, because there is no limit in that scenario. So we're going to check against -1. We don't have to do it with leaving because they're not trying to join. And then we're going to go ahead and deploy this again. So always the small things. So that should fix that. And then we should be good to go. So I'm deploying this now, and then I'll be restarting Manhunt. So if you're on Manhunt, you'll be sent to the hub here in a few minutes. A few seconds, actually. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. in the chat. Okay, restarting Manhunt, and then once that's back up, hopefully we'll have a functional game mode. Yeah, the can't join team thing is something I just restarted to fix. Yeah, even so, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Up to you. Okay, it's generated the worlds. Should be just a few seconds here. Okay, we can now join the team. Let me make sure this is the right command. All right, /join manhunt1, join space manhunt1. Why can I be damaged? Oh, that's annoying. So there's that. And then also you could join through the compass as well, of course. So we're gonna wait for some people to join. Everyone can select the teams that they want. I'm gonna join the hunter team. Travis, what are you doing? First one to drown gets a high five. I probably should incorporate the scoreboard teams into the team system as well. So wait, who joined the, hold on, team list. Team list. Wait, where is, okay, wait, Mike, stand still real quick. We're on the same team, so I want to see if I can hit you. Okay, so that did not work at all. Now it's gonna have people attacking each other. I'm being killed by Elmo right now. All right. Oh, there's an exception. Game start event, performance logger line 62. Why? I didn't change anything like that. Is it in here? Oh. Wait. Performance logger. There's another exception. Wow, everything's breaking. Game death event. Oh, that's just a stats exception. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got here. I'm just looking through some of the exceptions right now. There's various ones that don't matter. This one does matter here. Minigame line 77. Okay, minigame line 77. Why? Why is there an exception? Excellent. That gives me a lot of information. So wait, why isn't this not working? Entity damage by entity. Also, why can we be hurt by cactus and stuff like that before the game starts? Did I never check for that after the years of using this? Was that never a scenario? I swear that was something that was handled. We don't take fall damage, so why do we take cactus damage? Maybe that'll fix it? Oh, what is that? That's not what we want. That's where all the entities are being removed from. We don't want that. We want that in some cases, but not this one. It's going to comment this out and say to do add a flag for this. So we can toggle that because like in a minigame lobby, we don't want that. In a survival world like this, reverse. In a minigame lobby, we do want this. In a survival world like we are in right now, we don't want this. Okay, so obviously there've been some problems with this here. Oh, I'm in creative mode, that's why. All right, so if you're on here, just go ahead and go back to the hub or kit PvP. This will be restarting soon. So let's see what we're doing here. What is wrong? So let's just see if the entity that's being damaged is a player. We're going to get it. Okay, here we have a damager. If the damager is a player, we're going to get it. Okay. If the damager is a projectile, we're going to get the shooter, and then we're going to get that person instead of equal to the damager. At this point, we're going to say if there actually was a damager that was a player, and they're on the same team, we're then going to cancel it. Is it a problem here, or is it a problem elsewhere? Here, team 1, player 2. If the names equal the same thing. So let's add a couple of console logs here. So console log team2.getName. And then right here, we're going to console log. That's not where I wanted to click. Team1.getName versus that. So we're going to compare those two, but also we're going to come down here and we're going to add in some simple things because like the expert developers, we're just going to add a bunch of console logs. You know, this is the proper way to do things. All right, now we're going to definitely know. This is obviously bad practice. Don't do this. Let me go ahead and restart my deployment system. If you're on Manhunt, it will be restarted soon. So it'll give me a better idea of what's happening. Yes, I will change their name tag color. I feel like I completely forgot about the scoreboard team system that's built in. That probably could have made this a little easier. But this gives me more control in case I wanted to add more functionality, so I'll just extend the colors onto the tabs. I'll do that soon. This is deploying. Okay, Manhunt is restarting. And then once it's back, hopefully when people, oh, it'll still work. You'll still be able to hit your friends, your teammates. But the idea now is that it's going to tell me where it's going wrong in the console. Let's see if I can do the parkour real quick. Still preparing the worlds. Okay. All right, Manhunt is open. Where is... So I know fall damage didn't work already. Maybe lava and cactus should be the same event. Just entity damage event. So does this hurt me? Oh, yes. Okay, that hurts. That hurts. So my fix did not work. This is a Badline client feature. So there's a lot of different mods. One of them is a ping mod right here, which I can then move around and stuff. Or you can press tab on Badline client. So if you guys want to join, /join space manhunt1, or click on the compass and click on the chest, which I think, now thinking about that, chest probably should be changed. Doesn't make sense. Oh boy. Everyone join the runners team if you can. There should be more, like, obviously like in videos like from Dream and stuff like that, there's like 3v1, 4v1 type things, but here we probably should be a little more casual. Does this work? Okay, there we go. Ah, cool. Voting ends. Excellent. Okay, team list. I can't teleport. Excellent. That is great. Let's see. Can I hit my teammates? I cannot. Now let me find someone. Travis is not on my team, right? He is not. Okay. I hit Travis. Okay. I just completely disabled PvP. Never mind. The game hasn't even started yet. That's why. Okay, I can hit Travis. Okay, I can still hit people. Let's figure out why. I'm just in my other monitor in a console real quick while people are hitting me to death. Why is there null pointer exceptions on things that are not even relevant to this? So I'm not seeing these console logs at all whenever anyone gets hit. So I'm not sure. I mean, obviously the event isn't canceled because it's happening. Oh, I missed. Okay, there we go. Entity damage by block event is not what I want. I want entity damage by entity event. There we go. All right, restarting in a few seconds here once I deploy this. Darn typos. All right, restarting here in a second. I think that just deployed correctly. Yeah, I mean, even just a simple like exclamation point or not having an exclamation point can like completely break everything. See if I can get the first checkpoint before it restarts. Okay. Currently, we're trying to make Manhunt. And when it comes to people who are mentioning being banned, the staffing system is not really what it should be at the moment because everything is like this is the second day of me like actually making the server. So things are not as effective as they should be. Okay, Manhunt's back up. Why does it get teleported like 3 times? All the builds are things that I've paid for other servers. So like previous servers that I've owned. When it comes to any artistic thing, like any artwork or builds, I did not do them because I'm horrible at that stuff. Other people's plugins, I use very, very little. Most of the things here are like utilities, like, you know, obviously Bycraft. I'm not recreating Bycraft. The hologram API, action bar API, Spigot lib, only proxy, just a couple utility plugins, but almost all of the user facing features are going to be things that I wrote. Okay, it's 3v3. I'm going to start game. And then that should start a countdown timer. Actually, hopefully that goes right to the starting stage. And it's not to the voting stage, which doesn't maybe make sense for this game mode. I just realized we don't have a scoreboard as well. I need to get that set up for this. Okay, game starting, cool. So we got team list. And we're gonna see if we can hit Travis here. Can't hit that person. Where's Travis? Okay, cool. Team damage now works. So go ahead and play this out if you guys want. I'm actually not sure what happens. Go ahead and kill me and see what happens. So it'll take a while. Anytime now. Travis is a friend of mine, by the way. So okay, so I'm respawning and now a spectator. That's not good. We don't really want... Do we want spectators? We want spectators for the runners, not the hunters. What team was I? Obviously, I haven't added that functionality, but we're the runners. So that makes sense. Now, if the hunters die, they're obviously still going to be a spectator, because I haven't added in the check yet, but that's something we do want to actually check. So let's get rid of all of our very advanced console logs. This works. So we can no longer damage our teammates. So that's good. Team list. I'm not removed from the team. So what we want to do is when a runner dies, they're removed from the team. And when a hunter dies, nothing really changes. They just respawn. So let's see here. I have a spectator event, I believe. Player spectator event. Let's listen for that. However, we don't want to listen for that in team handler. This is a manhunt specific thing. So we're going to put that inside of this events file we created earlier. So public void on player spectator, and then player spectator events, which gives us some actions we can do here. So we got player, we got the state. What is the spectator state? So spectator states dot added, end, or starting. I think that starting is whenever you're about to become the spectator. Is there a cancel event set canceled? Okay, cool. So let's get access to the team. So team equals team handler dot get instance dot get team of the player. So let's also get access to the player. If I can spell. Player equals event dot get player. So now we're going to say if team dot get name dot equals runners. Actually, there should be a better way for me to actually compare that. Let's actually make these a thing here. So we got private. I'm actually never even running events. Never even calling this. Let's say this events requires... Want to add the teams here? I guess so. They're probably going to be referenced in multiple different ways. So we're going to have private team runners, private team hunters, and let's actually add these into the constructor. So we're going to have team runners, team hunters. This dot runners equals runners, and this dot hunters equals hunters. So at this stage, we're going to have access to the actual runners and hunters team. So we can say if team.getName.equals the runners.getName, no, the hunters. So if they are in the hunters team, we want to say event.setCancel true. That should make it so hunters cannot actually be spectators, but the runners will be. Then else, I want to say team.remove, remove player, because this means that they are a runner, not a hunter. So remove runners from their team once they die, because they only get one life, but the hunters get unlimited. So there's that. What else was I doing here? Now we need to look at, where is it? Here, we now need to see new events, which is right there. We can then pass in runners and hunters. Let me make sure that's the right order. Runners and hunters. Okay, cool. So that should work. So now under player spectator, we're no longer going to try and spectate once the person dies, if they are a hunter. Also, let's remove the message. And with that said, we can actually just return this. There we go, much more efficient. Okay, so there's that. If you guys are still here, this will be restarting here in a few moments. When you place on a furnace, it makes me switch teams. That is really useful to know. Let me fix it real quick. I think that I forgot to check to see if the team selection is still a thing. So on entity damaged by entities, no, we want, where is it? Player interacts, right here, add player. But to make sure that this is in the proper thing. So we're getting the team, but we also want to make sure that this is the actual item. And so I have, is it item util? Item, there was an item thing I used. Is same. I completely forget what it was. I think the hub item base uses it. Let me just check there. We're going to go into servers, hub, items. item base right here is item. What? There's something else I used. That's not what I want. Oh, item util is item. There it is. And item util dot is item, where they're going to pass in the player's item in their hand. So player dot get item in hand. We also want to pass in team dot get icon. So if those are the same when it comes to the type and display name, then we're going to actually add them to the team or remove them from the team. So let's see here. When I place use furnaces, it makes me switch teams. When it comes to the link Minecraft thing on the Discord, that's something from a previous server that will eventually be updated. When it comes to staff, eventually there will be something. Maybe I'll speed up the process there. So item util is item. We're going to pass in the person, what they have in their hand, and also the icon. And then if that's the case, we're going to add them. Okay, I'm going to be restarting here in a second. Let me actually restart my deployment system because it's super buggy. Okay, let me go ahead and build this. And then I'll be restarting the Manhunt server here in a moment. Yeah, the bug of clicking the 3rd and 7th hotbar slot is going to be fixed with this restart. Hopefully. Alright, restarting. We'll see how far I can get in the parkour. You were in the nether? It's generated the worlds right now. And then we shouldn't see any leave messages whenever you go from team to team. And also, hunters should not become spectators. So we'll have to test a hunter dying. So I'm actually going to join the hunter team. Oh, wow. Okay, this will be an interesting game. I need to find the code I once used for my old UHC server where it would like remove all oceans or replace them with like plains or something. Yeah, it's a bad map. This is, you know, just for testing. So we need to make sure that hunters, if everyone could choose the green team, the runners, that would be useful. And I want to see what happens whenever the hunters die, which is the team I'm on. Manhunt will eventually be the latest version, but this is 1.8 at the moment. Actually, I might make it so players can choose what version they want because I want to make it so this server's auto scale up and down eventually. My biggest project yet is probably the server Pro MC games. It had 250,000 unique logins, and that was what made my full-time living for a couple of years before I sold it. That was in 2014, 2015. Okay, let's go ahead and start the game. I just need people to kill me, basically, to see if I become a spectator or not. Okay, Mike's ready for it. Wait, do I not take fall damage? Wait, I don't take fall damage. That's annoying. I just verbally said I don't take fall damage and then attempted to take fall damage. Alright, can someone kill me? I'm gonna stand right here. Travis. Are you part of my team? Oh, you are, never mind, okay. Alright, let's see if I become a spectator. This type of server is going to have things like manhunt, skyblock, speed running, speed bridging practice, parkour, and private hosted SMPs at launch. Yeah, Travis, you're part of my team. You can't hurt me. Okay, so if I respawn... Okay, I probably should not respawn right there. So that's kind of pointless. But at least I'm not a spectator. That's good. Now, wait a second. Team list. Okay. Mike, are you a spectator? You're a staff member, so staff here. Okay, yeah, Mike is a spectator, I'm assuming. If you can confirm that, Mike, that'd be useful. Yes? Okay, cool. Awesome. That is good. What does this say? I agree. But, okay, so if you're now a runner and you die, you're a spectator. But if you're a hunter, you die, you just respawn. But now I just need to actually fix the respawn location. Yeah, team colors will be added in a second here. And yes, this is Java. Java 1.8 and above, but the latest version might not work. It will eventually. Okay, so let's set the respawn location. So this is, again, under the manhunt events right here. So we're just going to listen to the player respawn event. I'm not sure... Wait, this is probably something I'm already overriding, because by default, you'd respawn at the location anyway. So, player respawn... That's respect, okay. So respawn events. So I'm listening to it only a couple different places. Kit PvP, obviously not that. This is not that. Drop down in lobby, not that. Minigame events, probably that. Spectator handler. One of those two. Let's check out this. This is under minigame events. That's not it. We're only getting access to the player. It has to be. Whoops, that's not it. We're looking for a spectator handler. So with this said, we're setting this respawn location. Yes, this is it right here. Network.getMinigame.players have one life. This is when you're respawning. I think that's... I'm heading to the killer location because it's kind of like you're a spectator usually here. So I think what makes sense is if they are not a spectator, I shouldn't do anything here. I think. So do we have access to event.getPlayer? We're using that a couple times. Let me just say player, spell correctly, equals event.getPlayer. Now all these event.getPlayers right here should just be replaced with player. And I clearly forget the shortcuts in IntelliJ to do this automatically, so I'm just going to copy and paste. That works. Okay, and not spectator handler dot contains player. So let's see if that works. I'm pretty sure that's the problem right here. So this is going to restart again. Beforehand, I should probably color... Okay, I died again. Excellent. I should probably color the names in tab. So let's do that real quick whenever they join a team. I forget how to do this. Set. How do I do this? I do it for the ranks. Let me just look where the ranks are. Which I don't remember where I put those. There's so much stuff here. I think it's under player, probably. Accounts. Account handler. Is that where the ranks are? Yeah, ranks are up here. So once I assign a rank, where do I assign the ranks? Update rank. Do I have to listen to that? I don't know. I think someone's killing me again. Player login. Host login. Player rank change. Update permissions. Wait, is there access to the actual color? So get color. Where am I using this? Set colored name. Oh, get colored name. Whoops. Wow, excellent. What? These aren't... Why are these here? They're not never used? I'm so confused to where I'm using this. We'll figure it out. Oh, I think it's that. So we're already in a team, which means we have access to the color. Color.toString plus player.getName, I think. We'll see what happens. Something tells me that's not right, though. I think that was something else. Let me look through the other methods we have. Player list name. That sounds like it was... That sounds correct. Am I using that elsewhere? Yes. All right, we're going to be restarting here in a second. Make sure my deployment system is working. Of course. Of course, Travis is trying things. Why is, I thought I removed the anti-fall damage. I apparently did not. Hold on, before I restart, I'm going to upload this as well. All right, it's building, deploying, restarting, and then we should be able to actually, the hunters should be able to die and respawn normally. And then you also should be able to see people's names colored in tab. Either that, or it'll be a bunch of random gibberish like it was the items originally. We'll find out. Why is this not detecting that I compiled? Still not detecting. That's annoying. I'm rebuilding. Okay, I'm just going to comment out this because this doesn't actually do anything. And now let's build again, so hopefully it actually detects a change because the jar actually changed now. There we go. Now it detected a change. Okay, restarting manhunt in a few seconds. Oh no, what are you? I don't want to look at what Travis is typing there. Okay, restarting. Yeah, the server will restart. Trying to develop the plugins, you know. Okay, manhunt should be up. So we're testing fall damage. That should be enabled now. Obviously not right now, but we're testing fall damage. We're testing... Oh. Excellent. That's what I was looking for. What is color? Am I using the wrong color? It's been so long since I've done Minecraft stuff. I don't understand. Oh well. Okay, game starting. Start game. Should take like 15, 16 seconds to actually start. At the moment, we shouldn't be able to break things, right? Okay, cool. And so now, if I die, I should go back to the spawn point. So I'll need people to try and kill me again. And then also people want to try and test out fall damage as well. That'd be useful. Ideally, you should be able to take fall damage once the game starts. I suppose I could test it out myself as well. Okay, cool. We take fall damage. All right, I need someone to kill me. Can I attack Travis? No. Let's find someone over here that can attack me. Yeah, ignore the tab. Hey, Mike. So hopefully I just go... Let me go over here so I definitely know. Keep trying to kill me, but I should definitely know that I actually respawned. Like, at the spawn point. This is not the spawn point. Okay, so that didn't work. Oh, no. Oh, we're on the same team. Okay. Wait. Oh. Where did Mike even go? Oh, no, he's a spectator now. Okay, so we can still hit each other. I'll just testing the teams there. Oh, there's an exception spamming a console whenever someone hits someone. Look at that. On player spectator. This under events line 26. Let me close some of these. We don't need all these. Don't need that. Don't need that. Events line 26 is right here. The team. Okay, if team is not equal to null. Team is not equal to null. We're going to do all that. Because I guess, oh yeah, Mike was removed from his team because he died. And I made him a normal player. So that's a good check there just in case. Now, I don't know what's going on with the tab list. What is this? Why is there so many signs? I should be careful looking at signs when doing this. I'm just gonna go up here. Okay, I don't understand why this is actually causing a problem. I think this is the wrong color class. So here we're gonna pass, we don't want this, I don't think. I mean, that seems correct. Oh wait. Isn't that chat color that I want? Okay, it's chat color. So I need to make it so the team constructor accepts chat colors instead of just color. We're gonna then change all that. And then this returns a chat color. That should be good. So now whenever they join the team, we're going to then add in the chat color. I think that talk2 string works here as well. Let me look at where else I use this. Oh well, we'll just try this. Okay, team list. We see that Geo is the only person that's still alive. Oh, I can't become a spectator because I'm a hunter. Okay. Alright, well, you guys have to go kill Geo without a compass, apparently. That's also another thing. I have to add on the compass. How does that work exactly? In the most, like, the manhunt videos, the compass only goes to the hunters. And it just points to them, but if there's multiple runners, can you click it and it'll teleport through different hunters, or different runners? Let me also get rid of this console log. of the different teams. Where is it? Here it is. That's spam on my console. The command is team list, one word, by the way. Okay. What was I about to do? I think the tab will be fixed on the next restart. Okay, so the compass is going to be added. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. So on game start, we're going to give all the hunters a compass. Avoid on game starts. Game start event. Do we want to give the runners a head start? Like maybe giving the hunters like blindness and slowness for like 60 seconds. Just to make it so those, like, you know, people who aren't the best at Minecraft will still actually be able to somewhat play. I think that makes sense. And if people don't like it, they can yell at me in the chat and I'll eventually change it. So let's look through all the players. So we're going to look through player bucket.get online players. And then we're going to say if runners.is on team player. No, actually, we want to do all this stuff with the hunters. So this person's a hunter. We then want to give them a compass. So player.getInventory.setItem8, which is the last item in their hotbar slot, starts at 0. New item stack compass. Then we're going to say, actually, let's use an item creator factory. Item creator. Please work. Item creator. We're going to pass in a compass. Okay. Please import. There we go. Material dot compass. Now at this stage, we're just going to say get item stack, but we can actually create the item here. So set name and item. This is going to say click to, let's see here. Tracking no one. How about click to track? So, okay, we're going to do that. And then we have that. And then we also want to say player.add potion effect, new potion effect. We're going to pass in blindness. Wait, what is this? This is something and this is something. Duration and amplifier. This is in ticks, I believe. So 20 times 60. That'll be a minute. And then we're also going to add in slowness. And then we want to add in jump -1. So I don't think they can jump. Obviously, they'll be able to move around a little bit, I think. Wait, what is it? 128? That's like the number that stops that. Either that or people are going to be able to jump really high. We'll find out. That sounds more fun to test. So we're going to get the inventory. We're going to give them a compass. And then eventually it'd be cool to make the compass like spin around while they don't, so they don't know where they are, like the targets. And then once the game actually starts, it'll track someone. We want to also listen for whenever the hunters click on the compass, and they can then toggle through them, which means we have to keep track of who's tracking who. So that means we can say private map of string tracking. And then we can say this.tracking equals new hash map. So this is going to be player name, target name. There we go. So that's going to be the hunter name and then the target name. So let's say hunter name and then target name. That's fine. So what we want to do is, I guess that'll be set to someone. Click the track. We'll just have the name be that. Then we want to listen for on mouse click. So public void on mouse click. Player mouse click. I swear it's a thing. That's a thing, right? What was the one I created? I just used it. Oh, it's just mouse. Okay, I was right originally. So that's a custom event, by the way, if for those of you who know Bucket and are confused with what I'm doing. So on mouse click, we're going to say, we're going to get the player. So player equals event.getPlayer. We're going to say if player.getItem in hand.getType is exactly equal to compass. And then we want to say and hunters.isOnTeam player. We're checking the compass first because it seems like a faster check than actually seeing if it's inside of a collection. And so with that said, that seems more efficient. So here we are going to now want to move them to the next person. So we're going to say, let's see here. String targets equals, want to get the runners dot get player names dot get 0. Actually, that should be the first target anyways. So we're going to get the target here. And we're going to then say tracking and var plus target. So there's that. Now, of course, this might throw an exception if there's no one in the runner's team. So that's something I'll eventually have to check for. But for now, we're just going to ignore that and move forward. So there's that. Now what I want to do is be able to left click and right click to increase or decrease the index that they're actually tracking. So if there's 3 players named 1, 2, and 3, and I'm tracking 2, I can left click to track 1 and right click to track 3. I also have to make sure that loops around as well. So this compass is actually fairly important to the actual game mechanic. And so I have to spend some time doing this real quick. People are basically playing survival, I think, on here. I don't know. I'm gonna sit in the hub or something. I'll see if people are can't PvP. Oh, everyone's just there. Well, there's a bug. Yep, okay, cool. Oh. Alright, back to programming. Okay, so we're gonna track someone here. We also, wait a second, player.set compass target is going to be the actual player. So let's actually get, instead of just get player names, we're just going to say get players. So it's going to be an actual player. So we can say target or account handler dot get prefix target. This will return the actual like rank prefix and everything. And then here we're going to say player set compass target as target. Dot get location. Dot get location. There we go. We're actually going to be tracking that person. And then let's also add in and X, click to change. Okay, so there's that. So we now have a compass, and we're now wanting to listen for whenever they're clicking it, and we just see who they're currently tracking. We also need to update who they're tracking. So instead of doing this here, we should have something called a time event on time. So time events, the amount of ticks for this current event, and then if ticks is exactly below 20, we're going to update it every 20 seconds. Maybe 40 seconds. 40 ticks, I mean, 2 seconds. There we go, 2 seconds. And so what we want to do is we want to loop through all the hunters. So for player hunters dot get players. And then within here, we're able to set this compass target to what we want. All right, so let's see. We don't actually need to do this. We also need to say tracking.put player.getName to target.getName, which also means that we don't actually need the name or don't need the player. We can just say get player names, which is much easier to do. It's one less loop. So instead, we can just say target right there. So we're actually going to be tracking that person. And then, do we actually want to store an index instead of the name? We can store the index. We can increase or decrease that index. Because we're wanting to do that instead of just like going to the next person. So it makes sense for this to be an integer. Target index. So scrolling down here, we're going to have this right here. This is just going to be 0. So we can say int index equals 0. We can reuse that right here. And right here. So there's that. I'm not going to check to see if this person actually exists of index 0, because ideally the game shouldn't start if no one's on that team. That should be something I check elsewhere. So this exception that might occur here should never actually occur in the real game, because I'll fix it elsewhere. So here we're going to loop through all the players. You can message people who are live. Okay. Yeah, disable messaging for spectators or something I'll eventually do. Depending on the game mode. So here we're going to loop through all the hunters, and then we want to update who they're currently tracking. So we're going to need to create a list. So list player runners. We also always have access to that from the getter and the runners team. We're not going to actually create it locally there. Well, maybe we should, because if we call it here, it's going to call for every single hunter instead of just calling it one time. So this is going to be runners equals list.runners.getPlayers. There we go. So let's import the list. Now we have access to all of the runners. And so now we need access to the actual, we have access to the index. So int index equals tracking.getPlayer.getName. And we want to say player target equals runners.getIndex, and then player.set compass target as target.getLocation. There we go. So every 2 seconds we're going to get one instance of the list of all runners. That way we're not getting it every single time for each individual hunter. Then we're going to loop through all the hunters just once. We're going to get who they're currently tracking, and then we're going to say, okay, get the actual player from the list of players, and then we are going to set the hunter's target equal to that player. So it's going to continuously update every 2 seconds. Now I might add in something that says that they're in the different world or something like that, depending on how that exactly works. But for now, we're going to ignore like nether and end tracking. So now let's work on mouse clicking. So it's actually fairly simple. Events.getClickType. So let's see here. Click type, what we have access to. Left click and right click. Easy enough. That's actually pretty simple to do. So if events.getClickType is exactly equal to left click, we then want to decrease the amount. Else if events.getClickType is exactly equal to right click. And I'm just doing an else statement just in case I add more things to that enum. I don't want this to break. So I'm explicitly saying right click here. So now we need to gain access to their current target. We're going to do that either way, so we'll do it outside those if statements. Int index equals target dot tracking dot get player dot get name. That's going to give us their current index. We also need to get the list of players. So list player runners equals list.runners.getPlayers. So then we have access to that. So if they're left clicking, we want to decrease this. So we want to say if minus index is less than 0, we then want to say index equals runners.size minus 1. So we're still going to decrease this even if it's not less than 0, because we're doing minus before the number, or before the name of the variable. But this is saying if that goes less than, we just want to basically loop around to the next side. But now at this stage, we then want to track that player. We're going to say tracking.puts player.getName index. We can actually do this right inside here. Then right here, we want to say if ++ index is greater than or equal to runners.size, we then want to say index equals 0. Making sure that we can now left click and right click to loop through. I'm going to keep these in separate if statements, just in case I want to add functionality later on. It shouldn't actually matter for performance or anything like that, of course. So here we're just going to update the tracking, which every 2 seconds, and then we update it here. And at this stage, we also need to update the compass item. And now my question is, do I make it so you can't move the compass item? Or make it so you can't drop the compass item? What do I do there? Maybe you just can't move or drop it. Or some people might not like that, but I feel like just making sure it's always in the 9th slot is useful. Makes it easier here. So public void on item drop. I think it's player item drop. No, oh yeah, player drop item event. If event.get item drop.get item stack.get type is exactly equal to compass, we're just going to say event.set cancel true. And let's also say priority equals highest and ignore canceled equals true. So we're not actually trying to rerun this code, or not actually trying to do anything if it's not needed. So now we have that, we want to make sure we can't actually click on it. So we're going to say public void on player item click event, which is a custom event. Player item click event. I think that's what it is. No, it's player inventory click event. Inventory item click event. I don't forget what it was. It's right over here. Player item frame interacts. It's somewhere. Unless I'm just blind. I guess I don't have it. Oh well. Player item inventory click event. Was it just inventory item click event, the custom one? Aha, there it is, okay. I'm not sure why my autocomplete isn't showing everything, probably because the project's too large. So now we're here. Can you do things like this for Bedrock Edition? I don't know pretty much anything about Bedrock Edition. I think that the plugins are written in PHP, but I'm not sure. I've done everything in Java Edition, so I have no idea, honestly. When it comes to adding support for Bedrock Edition for this server specifically, there is a new software that came out somewhat recently, I think, that does allow that, but I haven't really looked into it. So that's something I'll look into soon. Okay. Where was I? So on this, we're going to say if... We also want to make sure that we're not actually listening to this for no reason. So on the highest priority, ignore cancelled equals true. We then want to also say if events.getItem.getType is exactly equal to compass, not command, compass. We're then going to say events.set cancel true. So this actual event right here is going to ensure that the item actually exists and is not air. So you can listen to this whenever you only want to listen for actual items. That's why I'm not doing a null check here. This is a custom event, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, that's a custom event. Okay, so now you can't drop the compass. You can't move the compass. This is going to ensure that the compass is always in the 9th slot. I think. There might be a way to actually move the compass outside of this, but if that comes up, I'll just fix it then. Okay, so now what I want to do is I now want to update the actual name of the item in their inventory. So here's the index. So we want to gain access to the actual player. So here we have access to the runners. And so we can gain access to the target right here. So target equals runners.getIndex. And then we can say, maybe we want it so you can move the compass around, but you can't drop it. Because I can just loop through all the items in your inventory, find the compass, and then set that. So this is fine to remove, but you just can't drop the compass. So now we're going to loop through all the items. So for item stack item, this is going to be of the player. .get inventory, .get items. Get contents. There we go, get contents. So now if item.getType is exactly equal to compass, we are then going to update it. So item.set.getItemMeta.set display name. I think you could do it like this. We're then going to add in the actual string that we wanted. And so because we're using it twice here, I'm going to create a method that actually returns this. So private string get compass display. And then this is going to basically be this right here, get compass display. Now what am I missing? Player target. So now here we're going to pass in the target. Oh wait, that's not a player, it's a string. So string target. And also that doesn't make sense here. This should just be target then. Okay, there we go. So get compass display. We're almost done with this. We're now going to get access to the actual target of the player. And then we want to say, let's see here. Or here we're actually looping through set display name, get compass display, target.getName. Excellent. Okay, I think that should do it. I'm going to restart this. I'm not sure what everyone's doing. I guess like actually playing this. Okay, let me at least get this deployed to the server, so if I do restart, it's right there. What is this? I'm so confused. Alright, I'm gonna restart the server. It's a house. No restart, but I need to test the plugin. I just made a compass system that probably doesn't work. It's restarting, I'm sorry. I mean, there will eventually be like private SMP servers you can get to like actually play survival. Can't do them up here. Alright, this should be during the world tier. And then we can try it out again. I hope. We'll see. Okay. Manhunt is open. Okay, cool. Tab works. We're going to have at least one runner. Okay, there we go. So that way we can actually test it. Ideally two, actually. If people can join the runners team, that would be ideal. That way I can test the compass. And just be aware the server will eventually restart. Probably sooner than last time. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start this. Oh, there's already an exception. Hold on. Start game 9999. There we go. The game is not waiting. Okay, on events line 91. Hold on. Hold on. Actually, that might just fix itself once the game actually starts. We'll see. Slowness seems to not be doing much. Okay, so all the runners, I'm assuming you guys did not get slowness and blindness. Also, this is lasting for a lot longer. Oh, never mind. No, that's fine. Yeah, they get a minute head start. Yeah, if you're a runner, you shouldn't have slowness or blindness, right? All the hunters do. To give everyone a minute head start. There we go. Okay, so we don't have a compass. Excellent. Oh, hello, Mike. I also need to make sure to give them a compass on respawn as well. So I don't know why we don't have a compass. That makes all that work not testable. Let me scroll up in the console and see what the exceptions originally were. On time, line 91. Here. Tracking.get player.get name. So player's null? Or tracking's null? Tracking shouldn't be null. I'm confused. I am very confused. Yeah, events line 91. Player shouldn't be null. Well, that's confusing. Oh, maybe this got cleared after we gave it to them because this worked. So this ran. And we're saying player.gameinventory.set item 8 as the compass. Yeah. So that should work. But I think I just need to make this a higher priority. I forget, what is monitor? I forget what that is. Is that like, I'm not sure why that would tell me. I'm just gonna do highest because I forget what monitor is. So I used to know. It's been a while since I've done this stuff. Okay, so we're gonna listen. Hopefully that the clearing of the inventory happens at a lower priority, so highest should be fine to give them stuff. I'm assuming I did that. That past me was smart and actually did that correctly. So here should be giving them the compass with the actual proper name. I'm assuming that's what happened there. So we're going to be restarting here in a second, but did anything else not work? Oh wait a second. I can just give myself a compass. Let's try it. Wait, I have 2 compasses? Oh, I can't drop them. Excellent. Oh, the give command just gives me 2 compasses. That makes sense. Totally makes sense. Okay. So, oh, clicking on this is an exception in line 120, but of course now the lines have changed, so I don't know where that is. It was here. That's certainly not it because I'm clicking on a compass. Okay, I'm going to restart real quick so I know exactly where my exceptions are coming from. You got to get used to this server restarting. Like this is something they'll be restarting very frequently. If I had more room on the box, I could set up like a... Oh, I just built it without my thing running. Run it. All right, there we go. Now it's deploying. Yeah, it might be mean, but gotta make progress here. Once it actually deploys. Okay, there we go. Restarting. You're late. You slept all day. What time is it for you? Okay, that's doing its thing. I'm gonna do this, I guess. Yeah, I kind of thought it was monitor. It was like what happens after it occurs. I just forgot if that actually is still ran even though it just canceled. All right, Manhunt's open again. I'm trying to have as many people as possible join the runners team so I can like cycle between them on the compass. I think the tab lists automatically become 2 columns once there's just a certain amount of people. I'm sure there's a way. I know there's a way to customize a tab list with like this one API, but I haven't used it in a very, very long time. So I basically don't know how to do it. I might eventually do that though. Wait a second. On time, line 91, exception. Line 91 is this? Okay, I'm still confused why that's occurring. Null pointer exception is tracking null. Is the player null? Let's figure it out. Tracking null equals tracking exactly equal to null. And then we're going to do the same thing for the player. That should tell me next restart. Let's just see if it gives compasses to the people who are on the hunters team. Let me go ahead and start this game. The people who are on the hunters team should automatically have compasses. We'll see if that works. That does not work. Null pointer exception performance logger. That's not relevant. Minigame line 75. Okay. Line 75. That doesn't... What? Set game state. Minigame events. Line 86. That doesn't... Okay. That doesn't actually tell me anything. That's annoying. So let me go ahead and give myself a compass. Clicking on it gives me an exception, line 120. So that's the thing. 120 is... I'm confused. There's literally nothing on line 120. Literally nothing. Events.java, line 120. Did I just change something? Oh. Duh. Okay. So if item is not equal to null. I understand now. I understand. That makes sense. Okay. So I don't understand why this isn't occurring. Wait, don't I have a post-game start event? Post-game starting? No, I want post-game start. Is that a thing? No? Let me make that real quick. That'll run this like 5 ticks later. Alright, well, I'm dying. Let's see here. Let's go into game. We're gonna have post game starting. I'm basically gonna copy this and I'm gonna make a new class here. That's not what I want. I want a class post game start event. I'm not sure what this means. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Okay, on game starts, and then game start event, post game start. There we go. So like it registers itself. So now we just have to do this for, let's see, where am I registering post game starting? It's right here. So we're gonna say new post game start event true. So that means automatically 5 ticks later, right there, it's going to actually run that. So now we can listen to the post game start events, and we don't even need to listen to the priority anymore. So that should now completely bypass the clearing of that. Let's actually ensure this actually works. So we're going to console log. Let's actually say player.send message, player.getInventory.getItem 8.getType.toString. We're actually going to send them the type of item they have. We're going to do this 4 times apparently, just to see if that's actually running. So if you see compass in your hand, like compass in the chat, that's good. That's a good sign. So let's do this. I added some console logs here to understand why this is null. And then I also added a null check here. So I'm going to be restarting here in a second. Let me go ahead and build this and deploy it. Oh, of course. The world spawn is there. So that's something I need to look into. I think that makes sense why the world spawn is there. Because I'm setting it to that when the game starts, so we don't do that. That makes no sense. That's a bad solution. Do I have the player join? Okay, where's manhunt? This is a horrible solution. We're just gonna say at event handler public void. Let's do it right here. Nope, that's not what I want. Public void on player join events. We're then going to say if let's get the current minigame. So minigame equals network dot get minigame if minigame is not equal to null. And minigame dot get game state dot is in game. If this isn't the case, if they're not in a game, we can then say player. Let's get access to the player. We can then say player.teleport, player.get location. Let's actually clone the location. That's not what I'm looking for. Player.get location. We can then say location.setY250, and then we can say player.teleport to the location. So it's the same X and Z. It's just that we're now teleporting them to Y250. This is only if the minigame doesn't exist, and if the minigame, which should always be the case, but I'm just doing that just to be safe, if the minigame is not in-game. And then maybe we want to unregister this on game start. So on post game start, we can say player join event.get handlers unregister this, just so this doesn't actually get fired at all. We're not actually checking anything. So I'm going to go ahead and redeploy this, and we'll see if that actually fixes a better fix for joining inside of blocks, and also all the other fixes as well. Minecraft server is still lucrative. Well, the answer is yes. That's why I'm trying, but obviously it's difficult. I feel like the quality of Minecraft servers isn't really that high, even at the top ones. Like the unique aspect of them could be better. People could, like, there's some really cool servers that are coming out that I've seen. I forget the names. I think Origin Realms was one of them with a lot of cool, unique things. But I feel like most servers, especially on older game modes, like let's say UHC for example, almost all of the servers on Reddit are just copy and paste of each other. There's nothing different at all. And if this server does get to a point where it launches its own UHC, I have a lot of plans for that. I feel like servers need to be more unique and try not just to compete with other servers, but also think about competing with other games themselves, because you're really competing for the player's attention. Are they going to play Warzone or Fortnite, or are they going to play on your server? Like, you really need to I feel like the quality needs to be higher. And so right now, obviously, there's a lot of stuff going on with this project right here that's not really the best, but it's second day of development, so of course things will hopefully improve. So my basic answer is hopefully. I'll find out, I guess. Okay, this is deploying. I'm going to be restarting Manhunt in a second. All right. Also, to add on to that previous question, it probably also depends on like the business plan behind it. If marketing is something I'm really interested in, and I have a lot of different marketing strategies planned for this, that is just not, it's not only just, you know, pay a YouTuber and streamer to get on and hope that works. I have a lot of other things that I've learned from doing wornoffkeys, of like trying to rank videos on YouTube. Like if you look up Discord.js, I think my playlist is ranked #1. And so that was strategically planned to be like that based off of certain strategies I implemented. So I'm going to try and implement some strategies like that, and just also a lot more social media content, social media ads, and not just paying YouTubers to get on, although I will be doing that as well. So marketing plays a big factor in if the server is actually going to go anywhere or not. So we'll see what happens there. Server's back online, by the way. On time event, line 114. I think that's expected. 114 is here. Yeah, okay, yeah. What's above this exception? What is null? Both are false. What is... What? It just says both are false with the console? But it's still throwing an exception on line 114 of events. What? I'm confused. I'm really confused. That doesn't make sense. I'm missing something here. They both say null, or they both say false, which means they're not null. But it's throwing a null pointer exception on line 114. What else can be null here? Interesting. Oh, hello, Travis. Can more people join the runners team, please? So if it does actually work, then I can cycle through them. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start this. I don't understand why there's a null pointer exception. That's really weird to me. Because there's only two possible things that could be null, and I console logged if they're null, and both say they're not null, so I don't understand. Probably just overlooking something simple, but I'll look into that soon. Yes, thank you, Travis. Oh, wait, I have a compass. Wait a second. Oh no. Oh, cool. You have a compass too, Travis? Okay, that's good. We're tracking someone. Oh, wait, can you try walking in circles around me? Or I guess I could. Hey, it's working. Okay, so that's cool. I just can't actually switch to the next person. Just see Travis walk up and kill Mike. All right, so mouse click event isn't doing what I want. The item in their hand is a compass. Index had a bounds exception. What is that? On timeline 115. What? Oh, maybe it's because... Okay. So if index is greater than or equal to runners dot size, we then want index to be equal 0. We also want to update that. So tracking dot put player dot get name 0, because the runner's length of the array could change because people could join and leave. So let's just reset to the first one. Okay, so there's that. I don't know why that's not working. So let's see. Mouse click event. Let's see if this is actually working at all. This is going to be player.getName clicked, and then here we're going to say player.getName has compass in hand. If they're a hunter. Okay, let's also print out new index equals index. Let's try this. And I really don't understand why there's a null pointer exception here, but to make it so it's easier for me to oh, whoops. To make it so it's easier for me to, was it ignored? There we go. Index equals 0. To make it so it's easier for me to read the console, I'm just going to do that. I don't understand why there's a null pointer exception there, but oh well. Alright, I'm going to deploy this, and I'm going to restart Manhunt again. Okay. Wait, I don't know if it actually deployed. Let's hope it did. Let's find out. Audiobooks and podcasts almost work for you. Yeah, if anyone wants audiobooks, if you look in the description, I have a free trial to Audible. But just a disclaimer, if you just sign up, I do get a commission for that, even if you don't pay anything. So if you cancel before it actually ends, then I still get a commission for that. So it's a good way to help support the channel for free. You wish you can finish the stream, but you have some things to do. Oh, it's all good. I mean, if you really want to finish it, there's going to be the replay whenever you want. Am I going to hire developers to code? Maybe in the far, far future. For now, I'm just going to be doing mostly everything myself. All right, Manhunt should be back up. Once the team system is done, like if we had the team system in place, then this would have been a fairly simple thing to make. The compass system is being slightly annoying, but now we have some information. We should be... Wasn't I console logging the... Oh, never mind. That's fine. We're not going to be console logging whenever they click on the compass to better understand what's going wrong there. Oh, excellent. I see a bunch of people clicking in the console. So at least the event's firing. Now the question is, why is this not running? Can more people join the green team, please? And this also didn't change. I don't actually, that's kind of expected because I didn't change it. This should be lime. There we go. That'll change on next restart. Okay, well, I'll just go with this. Start game. Okay, so we have a compass. Wait, click on it. New index equals 2. New index equals 0. Equals 1. Equals 2. Equals 1. Equals 0. Equals 2. Okay, so the index is increasing and decreasing correctly. It's just not actually updating the player we're tracking. Okay, well that's a good sign that we're mostly there. Okay, let's definitely get rid of this. Oh wait, has compass in hand. Oh, I think I understand. Remember this being weird where I had to like actually gain access to this. And then meta.set display name as this. And then item.set meta as meta. I think that's the problem here. Oh. Well, this is fun. All right. Videos on how to develop Minecraft plugins. I've thought about that, but I don't know if there's enough demand for it compared to other things. I feel like one thing I will be heavily doing is Hightail once that comes out. I want to be very heavily focusing on that. So similar to what I did with Discord.js of like daily videos for a long time, I'll be doing that for Hightail as well. Okay, I'm going to restart here in a second. Let's see if I can do the parkour real quick. Servers are still starting up and generating worlds and all that stuff. Okay. They're still starting up? Oh, they're right at the start. Or right at the end there. Okay, Manhunt should be joinable. If more people can join the green team so we can cycle through the names, that would be useful, please. I don't know what's going to happen if someone is on a team. Let's find out. Okay. Wait, can you guys walk northeast? I think it's working. Obviously the colors are broken, but that's an easy fix. I think Travis is this way. Wait, what? Oh, that's right, there's a delay. How much longer do I have on this? What the heck? Okay. Um, Travis, can you start like walking in circles around me? I don't know where he went. I can't see anything. I'm assuming it's working because the compass is going in circles. So tracking Mike now. So Mike's this way, I'm guessing. So if I just fix the colors, I think it's working. So that's good. Yeah, that's something I will have to fix. Let me see if I can. Okay, so I found Mike. Okay, so now if I go over here, there's Travis. And so if I walk past Travis, I walk this way again. Okay. Oh, it's just these two. Okay. So I think it's working. Mike, can you head east, and Travis, can you head west? That's not west. That's killing me. All right, so let's see here. I am tracking Travis still. Okay, I think it's working. Cool. All right, now I just have to actually color this, which is easy to do. So set display name, we're going to say message.color. There we go. Now it's colored. And so that actually is going to use the custom names like you see and item and X and var for like variable. Those are custom names that's custom color codes that I basically replace so I can have complete control over that in one place. I don't have to do it over hundreds of places if I want to change it in the future. So that's the idea there. Okay, so now we have to think about what they're going to do in different dimensions, like the end and the nether, and stuff like that. But I think this is working fairly well. People who don't select a team should probably automatically go on one of the teams. So that's something I'll probably figure out tomorrow. Obviously, it's fairly simple, but I just don't feel like spending the time right now. Okay, I think this is good to go. Do I have any console logs I need to clean up? I don't think so. Weird. Now what? This is like somewhat working. Let me actually make sure this works. And then I might do an announcement in the Discord server just to get like an actual game going. I'm going to add an announcement whenever someone actually kills the Ender Dragon, saying that the hunters won. So that's the idea there. I think we're going to try an actual game here. And then after that, we might end the stream. So if you guys want to jump on real quick, the server's going to restart, so just stay in the hub. But let me see what's going to happen here. Where is it? Why do I have these in here? Oh, well. Let's just do an alert saying hunters won. And then if all the hunters die, we'll just say that the other people won. So there's that. Hunters won. Yay. Let's do this a couple times. Well, I don't know how to use for loops apparently. Well, this will be deleted soon. So there's that. I think that everything should be working. I'm going to do one restart to make sure that there's actually a colored name. Let's try to see. Yeah, that's being fixed right here, Travis. I'm going to fix that real quick. Let me just deploy this. And so we're about to do a public test. I'll be adding people in the Discord, trying to get some more people on. So if you want to try it out, feel free to hop on the server. So it's going to actually deploy. There it is. All right. I'm just going to tag the Minecraft role. I'm not going to tag all notifications. Actually put this in general chat instead of announcements. Travis, what are you doing? All right. So again, we're going to be testing Manhunt here in a few minutes if you guys want to join the Manhunt server. This will likely be one of the last tests for the stream, as things seem mostly stable. Maybe I should actually test the compass thing first. Let me just... Oh, wow. Okay, we definitely don't want this world, so let me just start the game. Let me make sure my compasses are actually colored. Okay, good. You're on the green team. Set timer 3. I'm not sure. We needed a second person. What am I doing? There's also still the compass there. Okay, hold on. We're going to need to do one more test. Let me get rid of that console log, though. Oh, that's why I didn't see it. All right, let's get rid of that. I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to try it out once it restarts. I guess I could deploy this for the next restart, because we're definitely going to restart after we make sure that the colors work. Let me just get that ready. But the server's almost up, and that means that we'll be testing the colors real quick. Okay, can I get a couple people to join Manhunt, please? And then join the green team. We need multiple people on green team at least. Okay, so that should be good. Let's now start the game. Start game, set timer 3. Okay, so that compass right there we fixed. But then, there we go. Look at that. Cool. So that works. I'm going to retard this real quick. I think that the already deployed. It did. So now the compass message should be gone for hunters. I don't think anyone saw that but the hunters. And now we're going to be actually testing this. Yeah, I'll do that soon. The name colors to rank colors. I actually might just like use the prefixes that people see in chat and stuff as well. Okay, pick whatever team you want. Um, I guess just actually try and play the game. I don't know. So yeah, if you're a runner with a green name, then you're gonna want to try and complete and beat the Ender Dragon, like complete the game. And if you're a hunter with a red name, you're gonna want to try and kill those people. Those people who are the runners have 1 life, and the hunters have unlimited. But the hunters get blindness and slowness. I'd like to see. I'm not sure what would be easier. Probably like half and half. Maybe I can add in a thing where like it auto joins the least populated team. And then maybe if I ever do add some type of team-based game mode in the future that like requires team balancing, like a rank perk could be avoiding the auto balancing system or something. And it'll select someone else. So I do have a brief idea for like a team-based game mode that would be like team versus team PvP, but I'm not sure when that'll be launched. It's just a very basic idea right now. All right, I guess this is our team. Let's go ahead and start the game. Do Bed Wars. I don't know if I would do Bed Wars on like this channel, but Bed Wars is something I frequently play. I'm not sure why I wasn't paying attention to where they were. Maybe there should be like a lobby for this, so you don't get so you can't just like follow them and get a good idea. I guess we're gonna get a fine idea anyways. Seems like they're all this way. All right, so our goal is to kill the guys, the green guys. Well, this is where we just sit here. Maybe this is too long. I don't know. Maybe it's something people can like vote on. A per lobby is the duration of this, or maybe it's certain other attributes, and then people with ranks can have more votes or something. Yeah, that's also a good point. Is that players there probably should be some type of like lobby area, maybe like a structure that spawns into the sky that like despawns when the game starts, so people can't just like run miles away. Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, I don't know where he went. Oh, wait, I don't have a compass when I respawn. That's not good. Okay, there we go. So if you die and respawn, you don't have a compass, just let me know. Oh yeah, mobs still don't spawn. That's another thing I have to fix. I'll probably fix that tomorrow. So good luck, I guess. I guess that makes it significantly easier for the hunters that can keep respawning. Oh. Okay. How do I get around this thing? What? Oh, there's probably a spectator there. Yeah, the food's a problem. I have to fix that tomorrow. It's probably just a server configuration problem. But I'm probably not going to fix that tonight. Probably tomorrow. I probably should make this cut clean as well, because I'm not going to smelt that. All right, one left. This probably isn't exactly the most optimal testing ever, but oh well. Gonna show up. He's gonna be like full ironed. Maybe I should show how far away they are. What do you guys think? Like on the compass. Maybe this could be like one of like the scenarios that's mentioned that you can vote for in the lobby before the game starts. But that might overcomplicate the lobby system if there's like 80,000 different like attributes you can customize by voting. Yeah. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Runner chat and hunter chat. Good idea. Yeah. In case some people don't have aren't like a Discord call for their team or something. There will be something I eventually add though, is things like that. So like, let's say I were to add like a Bed Wars type game mode or something where there's like different chats for different teams, it will suggest that you join like the Discord server for Block Blast when that's a thing, and it'll automatically create a voice channel that only your team can join if you have your Discords linked. Are you running out of food? Because I can give us both a little bit of food because they don't spawn. I'm not sure if he's even talking. I don't know. I'm not sure if he's watching the stream or not. This autocraft thing is super useful though. Do you mean like a linking Minecraft account to know whose Minecraft account is whose Discord account? No, I don't have enough for the thing. Yeah, that's something I had on a previous server. I'll be having it here as well. It'll also like give you perks to for doing so. I'm gonna give everyone like 10 steak or something. What? 364? Okay, that didn't work. I don't have give all on here. There's no essentials. Why is that giving an exception every time? I run a give command in console. What? That has to be a coincidence. Okay. I can't believe I'm not able to give someone something through console. What is this? I should probably not be in creative mode. So I need to fix the compasses on death. Oh wait a second. Compasses on death for hunters. This is like 20 blocks, but I mean every bit of oh, look at that, we won. Excellent. Wow, that was a fun game mode. I definitely need food in here. Compasses on death is something I need to fix as well. I'll probably fix those tomorrow, and then hope I can fix those early in the stream so whenever there's more people in the stream, we can get like an actual game going. I also need to think about the creeper explode here. Oh, that's a cave. I also need to think about the minimum and maximum number of players per team. So those are things I need to consider as well. All right, well, that was fun. Well, I think that's a good stopping point. I'm going to fix some more things up tomorrow, but I think that's going to be it for this stream. If anyone does have any suggestions for anything, feel free to leave them in the suggestions channel within wornoffkeys. Eventually, there will be its own Minecraft or Discord server for this Minecraft server. I don't know who this is. But yeah, so eventually there will be a proper suggestions channel. But I'm not sure when that'll be. Probably sometime this week. But that's it for the stream. So thanks everyone for stopping by. And I'm probably going to be streaming some Discord content tomorrow. So if you have the all notifications or YouTube contents roles, then you'll be able to actually get notified whenever that happens. But that is it. So see you guys. If I can figure out how to end the stream.